I feel like it is a reasonable thing to believe that humans are just better at processing
It,
1 out of X chance odds when X is lower.
no.
No.
No. No.
This is
Sorry.
wild! Am I
It,
crazy?
yes.
Yes,
The reason that it works, that it seems so simple to you, is because you play way too much Blood Bowl.
That might be, it might be like a circular thing. Like the reason that I process 1 and 6 so well is because I've played so many games that use a D6. And maybe if I'd
Right.
grown up my entire life using percentile dice, I'd be like, I would have a better innate understanding of what a 17% chance looks like. I don't know, I don't buy it though. I feel like lower number, easier to understand is like kind of a simple thing. Like, right? It feels simple.
I played Fire Emblem and they gaslit me on what percentages were my whole life, so I don't know what numbers are at
Well,
all.
yeah, that is part of the problem.
Did the games teach you wrong number
They
percentages?
would say there was like a 17% for a crit, but then like in the actual coding for the game, it was a different number than 17, and they
Yeah.
could have
Oh,
displayed the
straight
right
up
number
lied.
and
Yeah,
didn't.
Fire Emblem
Yeah,
and XCOM
straight up
both just
lies.
straight up lie. Yeah. Which is great for people's perception of how percentages work. It's awesome.
Yep.
Does XCOM actually lie?
XCOM straight up lies. 100% straight up lies, yeah.
Huh. Wild.
Anyway, we're
Yeah,
live.
I-
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Well,
People didn't hear our dumb math talk again.
They have been spared.
they heard a little bit.
Good.
But hello, welcome to Wake of the Fallen Moon. This is our D&D podcast show with a bunch of furries. Me.
He's our resident monster fucker.
Yeah. Last
Me
we
too.
left off, you guys had all the party had all gone out in search of something called the Pink Ignis Carnation in order to help Talon, whose father was sick, and this flower would be used in a medicine that could cleanse the toxins from his body. You guys went and very successfully were able to retrieve it from a big lava flow kind of field that was up in the mountains. You also encountered the Jabberwock for the second time. And then after that, you guys began to return back to Kosetsujin, the monastery within the Frog Province.
And unbeknownst to us, 4 shadowy figures were approaching the city.
True. But as you guys arrive kind of late in the evening, you guys do find that the monks at the temple or at the monastery and the various residents have been able to go out and retrieve your wagons and most of your horses. Unfortunately, Soba and Cool Spot are nowhere to be found, but
Oh no!
the other 4 were retrieved in a bit of a sorry state, but they were kind of surprised that they had managed to survive so well. But apparently, they had been given the gift of fire from someone and had managed to survive
Hell yeah.
the beating cold.
But no Soba and Cool Spot?
No Soba and Cool Spot.
Sheesh is gonna be devastated.
Some
Yeah.
punishment for Philo not being here.
Speaking, no, that was just how the dice went. But yes, we will be down Cheesh, unfortunately, probably for the whole day. He said he'd be here after 3, but I doubt it. Uh, zombies
I
are more
will-
important to him than me.
I will trust him.
He just
in your
doesn't love us
stead.
enough. He really just hates our company and our time.
But yeah, because you guys managed to return safely immediately as you guys get back. Talon goes off with some of the monks to give them the flowers and go and kind of like begin the process of refining it and getting this antitoxin made.
There is like a brief moment as they take the flowers and start to walk off, where Jupiter mulls just a moment on Kalika's suggestion to basically bribe a god with them instead. But he lets him go. He doesn't make a thing about it. Just a fleeting thought.
Make it a big mistake.
I mean, there's more flowers, right? We could always go back and get more.
Oh, that's me out of character. In character, Kaku would never say that.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
It's a bummer. You can get more though.
Can I be real for a second?
Yeah.
I've been like, I don't know. I've been very nervous leading up to all of this. I thought, maybe I was finally going to get some answers, and I would at least know one way or the other whether this was all a pipe dream. And I finally get here and muster up the courage to go talk to these people, and they don't have an answer for me. And now I'm no longer nervous, I'm just anxious all over again. I get to do this for another however long it takes until we get to wherever it is we are going. I don't know. We're looking for Merlin? How realistic is that?
I mean, Talon seems to know Merlin, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah. I don't know. I was looking forward to not being nervous anymore. At least we found an answer for Talon, though. That's something.
It's something. We learned a little bit about yours.
Maybe. Maybe a little. I don't know. I have a lot of questions. If it was if it was based on this disease, who modified it? Why and when? And why is it only showing up at the flotilla? And a bunch of other questions. But I guess that's the point of going to find Merlin.
We'll find out. I'll help you figure it out any way I can.
I appreciate it.
I like learning things, so if I can learn something for your sake, that's even better. I don't know. I know it's scary not knowing, but I don't want you to. If you don't have much time, I don't want you to waste it fretting.
Boy. Yeah, I guess.
Some worry and concern is, normal, but you don't want to be paralyzed because of it and not do anything, right?
No, yeah, you're right. I think that's what I've been doing for most of the past 10 years, and it hasn't really gotten anything done, so. I suppose anxiousness and nervousness are better than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go see if we can get this potion.
Yeah, let's do it.
The sooner we're back on the road, the sooner I can stop thinking about it.
Yeah, we can get your mind off it on the road, I'm sure.
Besides, we get to go deal with all of Shisha's problems next.
He needs to deal with his stomach issues. I don't know what he's been eating, but he's had the shits a lot lately.
Really shouldn't have had all that, all those tubers.
Do tubers go bad? I'm assuming they do.
I don't know, but that's the only thing I can think of that's different. I came up here to the cold, and it's been carrots and potatoes basically the whole time.
Maybe it's too much fiber for his fish diet.
Yeah, don't fish. Never mind.
Anyway, let's go get this potion.
Let's do it. Let's not talk about fish food.
While you guys are chatting, you guys do kind of realize that it's getting kind of late. It's probably like dinner time. And Hojo comes up to you and says, "Now that you're back, I'd like to discuss with you what your future plans are, if you don't mind."
What a great question. We were kind of just doing the same. We do it here, back at your place.
Come, let's get food.
That
I'm
sounds
sure you're all
great.
hungry.
Tremendously.
Yes, I am very. Is it something besides tubers?
We have quite the spread. I'm sure you're welcome to help yourself to whatever you wish.
Perfect.
Okay.
Lead the way.
Okay, so we'll meet you guys out, up to the dining hall. There's like a little kind of pseudo cafeteria section that you guys are able to get your food from, and then head into the dining hall. And the dining hall looks like. Well, this
People.
a bunch of people.
Ooh, well, a bunch of people.
Wow.
Where are you gonna sit, Gohaku?
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be like a weird social pecking order thing here, right? How's this work?
With his ex-wife, of course.
So
She's sitting
it
on
gets
a
kind
small
of
pillow.
it gets kind of weird when there's temples involved.
Yeah, are temples like an exception to the rules, sort of like behind a closed door, or do the rules get more stringent at a temple?
It's a total exception to lots of different rules, right?
Okay.
Because every samurai is expected to show strong reverence for the spirits, and for priests and for the priestly class and monks and people who have devoted themselves to the spirits and the gods and that sort of thing. So we're kind of all in a different social pecking order that includes only two classes: the priest class and worshippers. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Sure, it makes sense. It's the great equalizer then.
Oh God, Tomo's here. That's right.
Yeah, that's why we were asking. Also, this place is fucking huge.
Well, this is kind of like where most of the people come and eat. So it's like, when I said it's like that Harry Potter dining hall. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it's like,
Oh
Yeah.
boy, yeah.
like huge.
This is wild.
There are 3 houses instead of 4. So who's the Hufflepuff table? Or is this like the Pokemon teams? You got Mystic. You got I don't actually play Pokemon.
Valor.
Well, you have
Valor,
Yeah.
and the cool one, Instinct.
Instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only good
We have to
one.
put the hat on to determine which table we're going to go to, right?
Okay.
No, it'll turn you into a witch immediately.
Alistair is Hufflepuff, right?
He's
Think
a
so?
Ravenclaw.
I feel like it'd
He's
be
really
Ravenclaw.
smart.
I'm blue.
Yeah, Ravenclaw. Alistair's a very Ravenclaw.
See, I gotta tell you, I could only remember Hufflepuff and Slytherin.
That's fair.
So-
That's
You're
fair.
a Hufflepuff, and I'm a bitch.
Ravenclaw and
Nara is Gryffindor.
Gryffindor, that's right.
Kohaku is either Gryffindor or Slytherin because he's very because of the the social and economic things.
I think it's Gryffindor, yeah.
His
Kawaku-
honor goes
Kawa-
into grip.
Right, he is not like evil or sneaky or deceitful. He just has
Oh, yeah,
weird
no.
customs that we don't get.
His
that
culture is weird,
involves
but
sneakiness.
he's a true believer, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's Hufflepuff? Stein is Hufflepuff.
Ravenclaw's the goofy one?
Ravenclaw's the smart people.
Oh, the smart people. Okay.
Hufflepuff's
The
the
nerd.
nerdy
Hufflepuff
one.
is the goofy one. See,
They're
I
the
feel
stoners who like food.
Okay. Yes, boy. You're right.
Neo would go in Hufflepuff.
I think that's what happened. Yeah, I think I'm conflating Alistair and Neo a little bit. Yeah.
Jupiter is also Ravenclaw.
No, he's Slytherin for sure.
Are you? Yeah, I could see that. You're Slytherin. Who else is in Slytherin? Stain's in Slytherin.
Stains in Slytherin.
Stain was kicked out of school last year.
Nara's Gryffindor.
Nara's definitely Gryffindor. He and Kohaku are Gryffindor buddies.
So there's no way I can sit next to Tomo, right?
Here, let's come over
There's
here and
no
just
way
pretend
it'll
you
send the
didn't
wrong
see her.
sign, right?
How'd things go with her the other night, by the way?
She's a little. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh, that's no fair. I want to hear.
Nara, where are you?
Oh, they have hot springs. We can do that later.
Yeah, honestly, I would love a little more relaxation. That band helped a lot. I'm not freezing my ass off, but, that was still a lot of walking. These tables are as long as a ship. This is wild.
I think they're a whole tree.
I was gonna
That
say,
they
is there
just-
any
yeah.
seam? No.
Yeah, there probably is technically a seam like in the middle somewhere to let people move past a little bit
Oh,
better.
okay.
But
No, you just step on top, step over the table.
Yeah.
I'm just taking my shitty map making.
You have to climb over the table. It's fine.
No, guys, it's just a bunch
Beautiful.
of folding tables. They put like a wood grain like tablecloth over the top.
Oh yeah, it's like just a
Like
plastic
going behind a bar, you lift up a little segment.
I'm just imagining if we like all walk over to here, but there's not quite enough seats, so somebody has to come walk all the way around and go back over there, and we see them 2 weeks later when they get to the other side.
You're gonna get tired. Can we? Let's see. Can we fit our entire group on this end? I can sit over here.
Yeah, well, keep in mind how low the table is, right? You can just walk over
Yeah.
it.
That'd be rude. Stepping over the food.
You know what's rude? Putting a whole turkey in front of me. That's why is there a giant turkey here and nowhere else? Why do we
I'll
sit in
move.
front of the turkey?
You sat in front of the place where there's turkey. There are other tables with no turkey.
There's another turkey.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
one
there
there.
is one. There is one more turkey. You're right.
What's this? A fish?
Yeah.
Oh,
porgy.
yeah.
They get
It's
corgi.
a porgy.
Oh, porgy. I thought it's 8 corgis here.
No, no corgis.
Pierogi?
It was a steam cooked porgy,
Oh, thank God she's in here.
What's a porgy?
the type of fish that was
Oh.
The fat fish.
that
Oh, really fun.
BTG cooked it very terribly in his Zelda
bad.
Foods episode.
Gotcha. I'm like pouring Kohaku some tea.
Oh, thank you. She doesn't act as though we've met twice and we're engaged and are no longer engaged. She acts as though we've been married for 30 years.
Huh. Sounds like she might have been over-investing in all this.
She's very cute, but
If I may, she strikes me more like a love-struck young lady. Like, I think she actually had feelings for you and wished for something to go on without the political stuff. But I figured perhaps that's not going to happen.
She's probably read too many fairy tales where the betrothed ends up actually being a good marriage. But
no, I feel for her. She had everything until the event that, well, I had everything too, until the event that changed everything. Then her sister became the one.
That's the
Through
birth
no
of
fault of her own, just the fault of fate.
yeah, that's the birth of your uncle's child.
That's right. The unnatural birth, as far as I'm aware.
Wild how that happens, huh?
Oh, you know them miracles.
Yeah, fate, always a miracle.
No, this was, in my opinion, rejection of fate. An intervention, a demonic intervention.
You think fate can be rejected? You can fight against it?
Absolutely. Every time you make a choice, you fight against fate.
Well, if fate can be bent so easily, why do we call it fate?
Because it's the plan. There's no, I mean, literally, there's a plan. It's a big book of what's supposed to happen through history. It was written by the Kami. It's organized and updated constantly. I think we're on revision like 15.5.
Surely they'd have to revise it every time somebody, takes a sip of the wrong tea, right?
Yeah, they do. That's why heaven needs so many laborers
I see. I
and
understand.
clerks. Yeah.
Sounds... Boy. Boy. I don't know. I don't know if I interpret fate as that loose. I feel like maybe we're just using the word differently, but I only call something fated if it is predestined and unbreakable. Fate is that which we can't fight against. It's the things that are foisted upon us that cannot be overcome. Everything else is just momentum.
Surely you believe that the sun, that the emperor of Tyriku is chosen by the sun himself, right?
I am not entirely sure. I
No,
know the
obviously
gods...
that is true.
Sure, I understand.
why would the sun be a man? It's a star.
Well, I mean, it could be a god. The stars are people, and the gods are just bigger people with more power.
Sure, the sun is a man, and the moons are his concubines. All the stars are his agents and his clerks. And the emperor is his child.
Sounds way less magical when you describe it like that. I don't like it. The stars, not the people. I don't give a shit about the people. No offense.
He shrugs.
You're all certainly a lively bunch.
Is this little frog boy?
Yeah, this tiny old frog man.
I say little
He's just
frog
kind of
boy.
like sweetly kind of just sipping some tea while you guys are chatting.
Anyway, we got the flour. Hopefully that'll be enough to make the potion. The intent is to take it down towards Camelot. We did have some other business while we were nearby. And he kind of like looks over to Sheesh. Apparently there is some trouble on the other side of the mountains to the east.
See, then you may also be returning to your own homeland, then Gohaku.
When my homeland is restored, I'll be happy to return to it. But as you know, right now we have less than 10% of our previous territory. And none of the other clans seem to care.
You lost that much?
I think that's correct.
No.
Somewhere between 10 and 30%.
I knew you guys had been going through I don't even know what the right word for it. Some drama, some upsetting of the noble family. I didn't realize you guys had been so thoroughly reduced.
Great, I was under the impression it was like more than half. Is that correct?
It was about half.
About half. Okay, I was wrong,
Yeah.
actually.
Still, though, half your territory is huge.
Yeah, it was still like a pretty significant chunk of territory.
Did that include our family home?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's more than half in my opinion. That's all of it. Like they got our castle. And which ordinarily would have earned the Boer clan a strong refutation from the emperor, the mobilization of the other great armies to push them back. Their invasion wasn't justified, not that much of an invasion. Like, surely clans will fight amongst themselves frequently, but this is not precedented. And in such a dishonorable method, right? A surprise attack.
Well, hopefully you're able to return there at some point. If not after it's fixed, then because you could fix it.
Certainly wasn't a coincidence.
No, it certainly doesn't seem like it. It seems to have been the trigger. It was all sparked by the same incident.
I think it was all planned by the same person.
It certainly sounds like it from the outside. I don't know if it's because I've gotten most of my information from you, but...
Oh no, Alistair.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Jupiter is watching with great intrigue.
What?
Hello.
Hi. It's Tomo, right? I'm sorry, I'm bad with names.
Yeah, I'm Tomo. You're one of Gohaku's friends?
Yeah, I think he'd call me a friend at this point. I don't know, he's a hard to read guy. He says one thing, but then you have to interpret it as it means something else. You know, noble stuff. How are you doing?
You know, I'm doing well.
Yeah? I'm not going to tell anyone if you've been having a bad time. If you want to actually talk about it.
She like leans across the table. Says, I'm so tired of working.
Yeah, it's a mood. What do they have you doing?
Making me like clean and I have to make my own bed.
Wow, that's a lot of work for you. You'll do that at home, right? You have people for that.
Yeah, obviously.
God.
You know what that's like, right?
I did for a while. I've made my own bed for a good while now, though. You can hide things so much easier if you make your own bed, because then they can't find anything.
I suppose that's true.
Anyway, I had a question for you about Kohaku.
Yeah.
What do you feel about him? I know you like him in that you were engaged, but you're not anymore.
Yeah, I love him. He's my future husband.
Even though you're not engaged anymore, he's still your future husband?
I hope so.
Okay. Can I ask why you think that? Is it more of a dream? Do you just really like him? Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just, if the betrothal's off, I'm just curious.
The betrothal's only off because, like, there's war pressure, but once the war's done, then there won't be any more pressure, and I won't need to. I can marry whoever I want. That's going to be Kohaku.
Okay. What if something happens and Kohaku has to get married to somebody else? You know how these things are. In the war, he might have to marry somebody else.
That won't happen. Not now that his cousin's born.
Yeah, I guess he's the more important marriage now.
We're both just the leftovers. We should just be left over together.
Oh no!
Oh
Stop it!
no!
Oh no!
Oh, you shouldn't view yourself like that. You're more important than just if you're the first child or the second child or you're a person when it comes to it.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Okay, I won't bug you. I think they need me back at the table. I think we're talking
Uh,
about where we're going next.
As you're about to get up, there's a loud creaking as the main doors open up, and you guys watch as a group of people enter.
Oh no, it's the four. I forgot about them. They're here.
All right. Do they
Um,
come in slamming staffs in the ground rhythmically?
Uh, not really. But you do watch as the two doors are pushed open by these two samurai in like full samurai gear with the big like kabuto helmets. And they are kind of like flanking a resplendent looking woman in gold and purple and red jewelry and a long flowing kimono and like dress. Um, she has a big gold crown across her head with red jewels, and behind her are a bunch of different like monks and citizens of Kusetsu Jin that all appear to be women who kind of nervously are trailing behind them, and behind them, kind of boxing all of these people in, is Yokimaru, far back.
Oh.
Oh,
Go.
Oh.
Yoki!
And as this is happening, uh, you guys watch as Hannah looks eyes wide at this woman who entered and sister.
That's her, yeah? Hannah?
Yeah. And the woman looks to her and says, "Hello, Toa." Yeah, so I see these people.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Okay.
Jupiter tries to play it cool. He like shrinks down in his seat a little bit. He kind of turns a bit to the side. Not like actually crawling under the table to hide, but just trying to blend in and not be noticeable for a bit.
Alistair's gonna sit back down.
Oh my god, it's Regina George. I heard her hair is insured for $10,000.
But yeah, as you guys are kind of eating, Yokimaru and the samurai kind of move, block the doors. The other people that were kind of being ushered in by them all go and like sit down at the tables, and the room becomes more crowded.
Oh boy.
She's surrounded by like her entourage, right? There's a lot of them.
No, she essentially seems to have like gathered up a bunch of the citizens and kind of like forced them into this room.
Oh my. She's like herding them in here. Okay.
Yo,
Yeah.
some BS about to go down.
Oh,
Yo,
see, we're about to violate some international treaties. This is not good.
And you guys watch as this woman comes over and sits across from Hannah, or Toa, as she was just called.
Oh damn. This is the lady from the story.
As this kind of begins to happen, Stein, there is a sudden kind of like creeping sensation that goes up your back, just this like weird sense of anxiety. Hojo kind of looks over and hobbles up to this woman with very little like care. Rin, please keep your feet off the table. And you see this,
What's her feet at the table?
and you see that like this woman who has this like very kind of like ostentatious, very self-important air. This like kind of a very like kind of self-important, like looking down her nose at people kind of air. It suddenly turns into like a grumpy teenager for a half second and like corrects her posture.
Okay, Grandpa.
He comes over and just sits next to them, begins to chat.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, you can. Alistair,
Okay,
I'd say-
cool.
give me a intelligence check.
Just unskilled ant. Okay. Oh, that's not very good, Alistair. Come on.
You're able to scribble something that you think is right.
Okay. I'm gonna waste a paper bird and send a message to Jupe then.
Just so you know, if you send a paper bird, it's a physical thing that people can see.
It's like you're sending a paper plane.
Just for like a paper plane.
Yeah, a paper plane across this like very tense room.
Listen, love makes you do dumb things like write notes in the middle of tense room.
We're gonna get cost passing notes in class.
Read it out loud. You can share it with the group.
Shit. How many words do I get? 25?
25.
While he's writing out the words, is it safe to assume he does throw it and it comes over to me?
Well, he at least throws it.
I see. Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Also, who do we know this? This isn't Annie. Who is this?
She'd
Starts with an
introduced herself
A.
as Hannah.
Hannah. Why do
She
I not have her
guided-
in the
she-
notes?
She guided us when we got here, if I recall.
Yeah.
But it was a brief introduction.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. She was the attendant who kind of gave us the lay of the land. Okay, yes.
Mhm. It turns out
And,
her name is Toa? So it's either Hana Toa or Hana is not her real name.
Is that Hana or is it spelled like normal Hannah? Hey, I got it. Perfect. Thank you.
It means flowers or nose.
Would a normal paper airplane be less conspicuous than a magic paper airplane?
It bite.
Okay, because using a magic item, that seems like, oh, I shouldn't do that. I don't know. They might think I'm trying to do something bad. I'll just write it on a normal paper airplane. And I'll send it to Drake, and then Drake can decide how many words actually get through.
I will say, give me a either sleight of hand or stealth check as you're doing this.
Okay.
Stein, kind of very nervously, leans forward in hushed tones. The danger is in a particular location. It increases toward the center. The center of the danger is here. Of a particular size and shape. And behind us.
All you need is give me a
Stein scoots closer to Nara.
Hey,
What?
perfect 22. Huh?
I'm used to sneaking things around people who I shouldn't be sneaking around.
Nice. Nice. There's those rolls.
Yeah.
Standard. Yeah, you're
It's
able
a
to kind
plus
of like
42.
you're able to kind of slip over and toss this note over to Jupe. Jupe, give me an insight check.
Lord Almighty, Jew.
This is what he's good at.
All right. This is some of the worst Iron Sandic you've ever read.
That's your insight.
He also, like, when a fucking paper airplane comes flying over in the middle of this tense situation, he, like, is a ghost. Every ounce of blood washes out from his face. He is, like, he has never been more, like, put on the spotlight and embarrassed in his entire life.
Although the letter certainly doesn't say almost any of this, you are able to kind of like interpret the gist of what Alistair was saying. Piece it together.
Stay here, yeah? Weird fast here. Bring Tomo. Cute today.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like completely garbled. There's
Yeah.
no syntax.
It was under pressure.
Attractive you.
It's like a bunch of like key kind of buzzwords that he's able to kind of write in a way that you're able to kind of piece together the meaning.
Boy, let me check the range.
Wingdings.
He very subtly kind of glances back over there and gives like a nearly imperceptible like shake of the head and holds up a finger like wait a second sort of motion.
Shake of the head. Okay, I should stay here. Wait a second. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
So weird not having the message cantrip.
Alistair will attempt to keep making weird conversation with Tomo, but quietly.
Also, the message cantrip has a verbal component, which is fucking wild
Right?
for a spell that is made for sending discrete messages.
Yep, that's why I threw a
Abracadabra.
paper airplane. No one saw the paper airplane, so we were fine.
Excelsior!
Yeah.
Secret message. It's wild.
No one saw the paper airplane.
22.
I'm good.
You remember that scene in...
bear in mind that
or go ahead.
I should also like mention, these tokens are not like actually representing everybody that is here. There's a lot of people in this room
Yeah.
currently. It is pretty packed. So just with that like cover, and because a lot of everyone who is potentially, I guess, anyone who you were hiding from is currently fairly focused on what they're doing. And so they aren't really worried or concerned about people throwing notes back and forth.
Yeah, mostly trying not to die as well. Because there's Rin here.
Oh, it's 120 feet. 30 feet would be fucking useless.
Yeah, what the hell? Come
I
on.
thought it started at 30 and it got
No.
to 120.
No.
Oh, no.
Normal
Okay.
message doesn't evolve.
So it's Zeke's fault then. Fuck you,
Yeah.
Zeke.
We changed the way it worked for crosswinds to make it better.
Oh, that's Feck's fault. Fuck you, Feck.
Yep, it was me. I think evolving cantrips makes sense.
It was nice. I liked it there. It was
I
very
think it's
useful.
cool. I think it's cool. I didn't know it just jumped to 120 though. I thought 120 was a buff. So
Yeah, 500 was the max in crosswinds.
weird.
And
Alright.
it could send mental images.
I mean, I know that this place is crowded as hell, and they're literally a house away from me. But can I eavesdrop at all? Can we tell what we're talking about?
You have ears.
Well, they're
Yeah,
very far away.
give me a perception check.
I've definitely eavesdropped from 50 feet away. It depends on how loud they're talking.
Oh, I guess there's a lot of people here though. Now that you
Yeah,
mention
there's a
it.
lot of
Yeah.
people. Like if they're whispering,
chatter.
Yeah.
Okay.
if they're whispering, there's just no way I'm hearing them from that far away.
True.
That like 50 feet is a long ass distance.
Yeah, like
You also wouldn't come to a public gathering like this to share like state secrets and your
Yeah. Yeah.
deepest fears.
Right.
True.
you can't overhear anything, unfortunately. There's too much kind of chatter and other people whispering and muttering. What it looks like is happening is they're sitting there glancing at each other once in a while and eating. It's like it looks like a very uncomfortable family dinner.
Right. That tracks. Am I able to tell? Does she seem to be friendly with Toa at least? Are they on the same team here, or is this like is she being grilled?
Give me an insight check.
Is this how you spell Toa?
Oh damn! I went with the
TOA.
yeah TOA. Polynesian one.
From you can't see Rin's face from your position. Toa's expression is one of extreme discomfort, anxiety. She seems scared and quite nervous.
Understood. Well, I assume we sit and watch for a little while and just try to fly under the radar, although Yokimaru is over here. What's he doing?
Yeah. How is Sheesh, by the way? He's sitting right next to her.
He's just trying to eat his soup like
He's so tired.
what's his fucking name from Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah. Oh, drinking his water.
Drinking his water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he still? He's grieving over Cool Spot and Sova.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot in his mind.
A lot of emotions going on for him.
His soup is extra salty. He's adding extra salt with tears.
Can he ping for undead?
He doesn't have to. Someone else that can do it right now.
Do it. Who can ping for undead?
Nobody within range of those people.
Mhm.
Isn't it 30 feet?
No, she just ping is Miles.
Well, Shish's is, but who
Yeah.
else? Who else can do it?
I don't know who else can do it.
I assumed it was Divine Sense.
Could Nara do? No, so we have divine sense. When did that come from?
I was gonna say I don't think we have anything, but I assumed that's what he was referring to. Who do we have that can sense other than Sheesh?
Fuck. I forgot his name. Shoot. He's in the top, middle.
Oh,
Oh, Julong.
true.
Can't you do it, Nara?
You're undead or one of
Rear
your
Ranger.
Is that one of your favorite enemies? Oh, wait, aren't you the baseline ranger?
The old ranger though. I don't know if he can do that.
Well, he's the
No, I-
cautious ranger.
Yeah, I don't think I could sense them, but I'm better at fighting them.
Why
Oh,
would
okay.
you-
I
Yeah,
thought
the
that's
ping is a
okay.
revised ranger thing.
Why would you purposely not take revised? Gross.
Because I made a bunch of updates that make it better.
Tosh is
Yeah.
also kind of
Oh,
fixed
okay.
baseline
Yeah.
ranger. Tosh
Tasha
has
Tasha
been a
fixed
lot
it,
better.
and
Fixes a lot of things.
Drake's version is also very good.
I
He
didn't,
fixed
I
Rangers,
will-
guys.
I didn't
I
look
will-
at it. I'll have to.
I will say that Sheesh is able to do a ping. I put Sheesh kind of arbitrarily over here. He would probably be up with you guys. And just from here, I will. I'll give him a perception check. He can sense at least 2 undead, and judging from the smell of the person behind him, imagines the one of the 2 samurai seem to be skeletal.
Hate it.
Oh, they're visibly skeletal.
It's hard to see at first because they are in like the full like samurai
they got the
garb,
mask and everything.
a big like kabuto helmet. But yeah, once they get this close, you can kind of like see this like grim visage under the mask. But as this is happening, Stein, you come to the realization, the kind of haunting realization that Talon is not here.
Where's Talon?
And that is weird to you because you also realize that all the people that were kind of like ushered in to this place all appear to be women.
Yeah. Stein's gonna stand up, and he's going to start looking for first among the crowd. And when he realizes she's not there, he's gonna try and like leave.
What I will say is that you think that you might be able to, if one of you slipped out of this place, you could probably get away with it. If more than one of you slipped away, they're probably going to start to notice that people are missing.
Right. He's gonna lean over and I say, "I need to find Talon."
Who do you lean over to?
Just the front of the table.
Gotcha.
I really group.
Jupiter, like, without, like, breaking eye contact or making any sudden movements, is like, I don't think now is the best time.
She could be in danger.
Yeah, we are in danger.
But we're together.
I mean, he just, like, is frozen. He is locked in place. He
I
doesn't
figured
respond
he
anymore.
might be. I figured he might be.
Yeah.
Could I like do an investigation check on most of the women in here? Like you said, there's a bunch of women. Like, do they have any features that are like similar to each other, or
Sure, give me a investigation or insight.
okay, I'd rather do investigation even if it's a harder DC. No goggles though. Ooh, dark mode still doesn't fix text. Cool. And I'm looking for a common thread between them. Why they would all be here? Like, why did she bring a bunch of women all of a sudden?
The best you can tell is that it seems like she's just gathered essentially like all of the women from the Setsujin in this room. There doesn't seem to be any other connecting thread with them.
Oh, okay. But okay.
What's Yoki doing? What's he doing over there? What's he doing?
You can talk to him.
Yeah, he could come talk to me. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he say? What's he doing? Is he just hanging out?
He just seems to be hanging out, guarding the door.
For Rin?
Seems to be.
Mm. I'm gonna do some glances. We're gonna do some hard glances until he notices or glances back.
Throw a fork at him.
Uh, what's the? I'm going to roll to give eyes to somebody.
Perception.
I guess give me.
Intimidation?
For
Sure.
I was gonna say it feels closest to intimidation. Yeah.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check. I'll
know-
roll perception for Yogi.
It's definitely
Did you-
charisma of some sort.
Yeah, when you feel someone burning holes in you with their eyes from behind. Aw. Oh, maybe he knows.
Of course, I'd roll a 2 on my best skill.
He does eventually catch your eye, and he gives you this like. He kind of like rolls his eyes, like, "Of course you're here." Like, or rather, it's like, "Of course you're here now."
Well, if I've got his eyes, then I'm going to glance at him, and then we're glance at Rin, and then we'll glance at him. We'll do that a couple of times really strongly.
He gives you this. He gives you this look of like, yes, I'm with them.
Oh no. All right, I'm just gonna walk over to. Well, hang on. Are we under martial law right now? If I get up and walk across the room, am I gonna be stabbed?
Doesn't seem like.
You. There are people like kind of crowded about. You think you could slip through the crowd easily enough.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk over, see what he does.
Okay. As you do, there's a moment where the skeleton guard here does turn its attention to you, and Stein, you see an opportunity if you want to take it.
I could try and stealth.
Yeah.
An 11. Roll a 3 in my best skill.
Do you want to inspire that at all?
I don't have inspiration.
You guys all should have inspiration.
Okay, I shall use my inspiration and try and re-roll it. 16, bit better. 8.
It is me rolling, so that's not. That's pretty high.
I don't know what their passives are.
Great. Now I actually have to look at their stat block.
He's also small, if that helps. He goes up to most people's crotches. 3 feet tall. Though most people, I think, are sitting. So he's like, oh, I can see people eye to eye, actually.
Well, he has a +2, so that is exactly what you needed.
Oh,
And as its back turns to follow and track Kohaku, you manage to take the opportunity and quickly slip out the door unnoticed.
sweet. Like the wind.
Begin to head off. Kohaku, you walk up to Yoki.
Yeah.
Which door would you say went out through?
This one.
Gotcha. Circles around.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to bring this up. but I think you know exactly what I'm thinking about. Do you want to talk about this later? Can we have a chat? It's been such a long time. I miss you so much. I've been looking for you forever.
Yeah, I miss you too. Let's maybe talk about this a little later.
I tell him where I'm staying.
Just be cool. This will be fine.
If you say so. I trust you. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. Because I love you, okay? Just talk to me.
Right? Just don't make a scene unless you need to.
Why is something about to happen that I might potentially be tempted to make a scene about?
Possibly.
Yoki.
As that's happening, it's time you begin to slip out, and you begin to make your way out and searching the halls. And now that everybody has been crowded into this dining hall, it's weirdly empty here. You see a couple of people kind of up in arms and trying to figure out what's going on. But other than that, you don't see really a ton of people. Start to make your way through the halls. Is there anywhere you go in particular?
Yeah. I'd stick to the shadows and hiding behind like stuff, even though like I don't see any samurai, for example. I'm still hiding.
For sure.
I'd like to go to where I guess Talon would have slept, or where she's roomed up, because that's the first thing I think she was at.
Okay.
After giving the flowers to Hojo.
So you head up to the room. And you don't find her there. Room doesn't. She doesn't even seem to have dropped off her stuff since you guys returned.
Right. We already handed the stuff to Hojo, right?
Yeah, she'd essentially given it to some of the alchemists and gone with them.
Yeah. And then we kind of broke off and went straight here.
Yeah, you guys came up here, and then Talon went with the alchemists to go get the potion sorted.
Right. I'm gonna go look for the alchemists, where they perform the alchemy, I guess.
To kind of head down over to their kind of like medical facility area, and you do see a couple of the monks there who were still working. Let's see. Oh, do you know what's going on?
Yes. I believe Lady Rin is here.
Oh,
She's taken the women into the, is it the dining hall?
yeah.
Yeah, to the dining hall, and she's blocked off the entrances with her guards. I don't know what's going on. Have you seen Talon, Lady Durrell?
Uh, Lady Durrell was summoned. She received a letter. She went outside last we saw her.
Could you point me out which direction?
I think she went out that way.
I'm gonna head that way. Thank you kindly.
Yeah, you head out, and there's the biting cold hits your face. It's late at night, sun's long since set, moons are high in the sky. There's a little bit of snow drifting down, and along with that, you can see a bit of smoke, just kind of like trailing through the air. They're able to start to kind of follow that, and it's been a while since you had seen this, and you only ever saw it briefly. It's that dark, what you could only describe as dark smoke when it came off of Jupe, something that you had only seen very briefly in fleeting glances. But now you kind of understand what it is. You called it black smoke, but that was only really because your mortal perception of reality was limited, and you couldn't really fully describe what you were looking at. And what it is just hopelessness. Raw, true hopelessness. And as you follow it, you find that it is pouring out of Talon. You may be equally horrified to see that she is standing on the edge of one of the balconies, looking over a thousands of foot drop down the side of the mountain, with a gaping hole straight through her chest.
Hey, Lint.
She turns to you, and tears frozen to her face, long since having cried as much as she possibly can. And she looks to you. I was so stupid. And you see a unfamiliar helmet in her hand, which she puts on her head.
Talon, don't. Please.
Meanwhile, so, Stein, all this happens very quickly. I'm going to show you something. And I want you to...
Oh.
This is the scene that you're currently seeing.
Oh, God. Oh, there's things here.
I need you to earnestly tell me in this split second that you have, this brief moment, where does Stein's eyes go to? Regardless of what you decide, you will
Yeah.
get some kind of information.
Right.
But what does Stein focus on?
The first thing Stein focus on is her face. The tears frozen to her face, the look of despair, hopelessness. He's so used to seeing her putting on a brave face, and he's one of the only people who really sees her without a mask on. And he wants to see what she's trying to feel. He wants to see if he can do anything for her like he always does.
In that moment, as you focus on Talon, as she puts this helmet on, there is that oh so familiar sucking sensation, that's sudden vortex of energy as it is pulled in towards her. It kicks you up off your feet as you were pulled in, snow whipping around you in this twister of energy and wind and power, and you are pulled in towards her. And as you reach out, your hands barely miss her, but you are able to grab a piece of paper, or rather several pieces of paper that are stuck in her hands. And you grab them and are able to wrench them free as for a brief moment, you make eye contact with her one last time before the explosion of magical energy bursts from her, sending you flying off the edge of the cliff, and you begin to fall, spiraling down thousands and thousands of feet.
Oh,
Meanwhile, back in the dining hall,
God, I hate tense parties. These are the worst.
Boy.
yeah, there's just this awkward, silent moment of conversation between Rin and Hannah, or Toa, whatever her name happens to be. Kohaku, do you continue to just like hang out around Yokimaru? Go back to your seat?
No, as soon as we agree to meet somewhere else, I'm giving it. First of all, I'm giving them a look of something better not go down, but then I'm leaving.
The time kind of continues to pass. Do you guys do anything during this time?
If there is like an opportunity where there's a lot of other commotion going on to act as a distraction, I probably will try to wave Alistair back over. But like, if things remain tense and it would be weird to get up and move, absolutely not. I sit here frozen.
Things are still tense, but people are still kind of like milling about, and you can see that. You guys give me an insight check.
Oh boy, I'm not good at these.
That's my third consecutive one.
Very good. You can see that a lot of people are very tense, but one thing you note is that Hojo is kind of just he keeps moving about the tables, and he has this big kind of wrinkly smile on his face, and just seems very calm about the whole thing.
Okay. Hey Tomo, do you want to go sit next to Kohaku with me? We can talk more.
Oh, I could. He would want me there anyways.
Oh come on, if he's gonna be your future husband, you can't act like that.
Okay. He'll get up and begin to walk over.
Okay. I'll meet her here, and then we can walk weird linked arm style. I don't know how people do it.
As you guys are beginning to walk over, there is for a couple of you, it's very hard to hear over the just din of like noise coming from in this room. The kind of whistling of wind outside, the crackling of fire, the conversation, the tense air. But there is just this slight, just whistling sound, followed by a burst of
Oh.
something exploding.
How does everyone else react to that? Do they try to play it off, especially Rin?
A lot of people get up, or kind of like look towards the noise. Rin, uh, again, it's hard to see just because you're only seeing the back of her head, but she does like shoot up immediately. Yokimaru, his ears perk up and he starts looking around, very concerned. And you see Rin looks down to Hojo and like grabs him and begins yelling something. And as she is yelling, uh, there is a sudden another impact. You see part of the wall suddenly just turns to ash and dust and begins to crumble away. Several large rocks fall and crush Tomo. Uh, Dash, I need
No.
Nara and Nico to both make wisdom saving throws as panic erupts in the dining hall.
Oh shit.
Uh, well, also Nico too, right?
Yeah, Nico too. Uh,
Oh, Nico,
both
you show off.
both you and Nico uh, suddenly hear it is like something is screaming in your head. It rattles your brain. It is like the worst migraine you've ever experienced. Nico is able to kind of like shrug it off, though he's clearly like uncomfortable and staggering a little. You are fully stunned for a round as you just have to cover your ears, and it is just noise, just chaos screaming in your head.
Did you say debris fell on Tomo?
On Tomo.
Oh lord.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see a source for this? Can we tell where they came from, or is it just the debris and that's it?
It just appears to be like something impacted the side of the like this wall essentially, uh caused structural damage, and then like the ceiling caved in and debris just fell on top of her.
Don't like that.
I think this is where Jupiter runs out of the building. I think we have to get out of here.
All right. You guys begin to bolt actually forgot.
Can
Token
I-
that should have been on this map. That's fine.
Is-
Not I. I'm going for Tomo.
I was to say, is Tomo dead? Like,
You just see a bunch of rubble.
can I cast Reduce on the rubble?
Yeah, absolutely. You cast reduce on some of the bigger, on this like large chunk of stone, and you see it is pushed off. And underneath, you can see Tomo is there, huddled up in a ball, surrounded by several like skeletons with linked arms that have created this little dome around her.
Oh.
Well,
What?
that's. Did Tomo have star eyes? Maybe she's collecting star eye girls.
No, she has butterfly eyes.
She has butterfly eyes, which means something else entirely. Are you okay?
The skeletons kind of pulled away. And just, yeah, I thought I was dead.
I was worried too, but we should go. Here's He'll just trail off and let Kohaku get over here.
Nara, the screaming stops.
Oh, God.
Jupiter walks at the door for a moment, but then he sees what's going on, sees that people are staying to help. He freezes for a moment, and then he starts to run over to Nara and kind of like shake the shoulder. Hey, come on, let's go.
Yeah, he just shakes his head, kind of winces, like, oh, yeah.
You good? We can't be in here. It's gonna collapse. Come on.
Rin looks over to Yokimaru, says, Yoki. And Yokimaru comes over, wraps an arm around her waist, and they begin to run over and jump out of the hole that is now in the wall.
So, oh boy, what just happened?
I don't know. What's going on?
It's not safe. We need to go. Come on, outside. We'll
I
talk
already
outside.
have theories, yeah, but we don't have time to talk.
Yeah, come on.
I'm gonna grab Tomo and we'll carry her with me. A boing, boing.
She's positively giddy. She has gone from a near-death experience to the happiest she's ever been. You guys bolt the two skeletal samurais, kind of like ignore everybody and begin to run. Julon comes with you guys.
Cool.
Hojo kind of like hobbles after. You see Hannah kind of breathes a sigh of relief and kind of relaxes somewhat, and everybody else begins to kind of like scatter and run.
Once
What
we are,
was that?
I don't know. Once we're outside, do we see any signs of what that was? Yeah.
Do you guys go like outside?
Oh yeah, out of the building. Building's gonna
Okay.
collapse. Jupiter does not want that.
Yeah, you guys run all the way outside, and you come across a scene.
Oh boy.
I need to arrange some stuff. Boy, how do I describe this? What's cooler? I really should have thought this beforehand. You guys all eventually crowd out towards the kind of like reconvene with Rin and Yoki, who are all kind of pushing in the same direction as you, and you see 4 people. See, one appears to be a knight in crimson red armor with a hole through their chest.
Oh.
One appears to be a very young, kind of like peppy looking, maybe orcish girl. One appears to be a woman with a white mask just over her face, like this tight kind of leathery outfit, and the other appears to be the other is someone who is unfamiliar to almost all of you, except for Alistair. Appears to be
Oh,
a
no.
kind of white furred heron gun.
Oh. What? Oh.
Koji, no.
Why is
Yo, was this an invasion?
people here?
Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the map and this is like fix the token.
The White Queen is here? Question
It's a
mark?
different white rabbit, but I'm pretty sure it's that white rabbit.
That one's just like bluish.
Does she look busy? Like, could I just come chat to her, or he or she?
I'm gonna put the
They.
I'm gonna put the tokens here, and then I'm also gonna just like drop the headshots on this map so that we can see them all at the same time instead of me
Yes.
jumping between maps. Bitch, where did I put your token? Sorry.
So Japanese food is kind of bad, right?
Oh, just in time.
Oh boy. Man, these. Oh man.
Oh boy, this is an invasion.
So yeah, you
Holy
see
shit.
you see some of these folks.
This is
see.
so cool, Dre.
Hey, thank you. We'll talk after the session. But the you guys see who you don't recognize initially, but you can surmise is the Red Queen, the Queen of Hearts, and the White Queen, all together with some kind of Crimson Knight character.
Oh boy. What the fuck? Who are the?
What you also notice is that the Queen of Hearts appears to be holding a some kind of like a cage, about I don't know, like 8 inches in diameter and maybe 10 inches tall or something. And it seems to be holding a beating heart.
Oh my god. Wait, is that Talon's? Oh no.
Oh boy.
Talon become the knight.
Oh, he did say he put on a helmet. Oh no.
You see Rin steps forward. The hell are you three doing here? Oh, Rin, we didn't expect to see you here. But it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. We're just grabbing a friend. Yeah, nothing to worry about. We'll be leaving pretty soon. Isn't that right? Yes, sister, we'll be leaving right away. As soon as our ride returns. Do the rest of you guys do anything as this is happening?
Are there any signs of Stein or Lady Talon?
You see.
Do I see the hair?
Give me a perception check. You can see Stein's footprints in the snow leading up to here, and you can see the section where they were like where the tracks become kind of like drag marks as he was pulled off of his feet. So you can see that he seems to have gone in some direction towards the edge of the cliff very suddenly and rapidly.
Oh boy. I have a question. Is a sword there? Is that a giant sword?
Yeah.
Is it made out of ice or something?
Yeah.
Was that always there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
We trained
I
around.
thought that was the thing that made the explosion, maybe. I guess not. I'm just gonna put Tomo down and tell her to run.
Uh,
The country is being invaded by foreign power. Please run.
Oh,
It's my duty to
here.
defend it. Kazatsujin.
Are you going to be okay?
If I don't come back, live happily.
She kisses your cheek and kind of backs up a little bit, but she does stay kind of close and like watches from the shadows.
Okay.
Where did you get that hat? Well, that's not really any of your concern.
Hat. Oh, the helmet.
The helmet.
Jupe, you notice it first, and then sequentially everybody else, along with the Queen of Hearts. But there is a sudden moment where she is no longer holding the cage. The Crimson Knight is.
Boy.
Is the Crimson Knight the only one with a hole in its chest?
Yeah. And like by hole in their chest, I mean like full board all the way through.
Right.
Like
see-through. Yeah.
Like ring
like-
knight style.
But like where their heart would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But then yeah, you see the knight is now holding the cage, and as the Queen of Hearts seems to recognize this, there's this strange kind of look to her as she has this like kind of porcelain mask on her face that doesn't seem to change, but as she kind of like pulls her hand in front of it, and the second you lose sight of it, the mask seems to have shifted. For anybody that's watched the reboot, it's very like hexadecimal style.
Oh yeah.
And you see the mask suddenly changes to one of a furious rage and says, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You ungrateful little trollop." And the knight just kind of like glances at her and doesn't seem to care, and draws a long sword that you guys would recognize as Talon's rapier.
Son of a bitch.
Fuck.
And she raises it up and brings it down in a slash. And there is actually before that happens, sorry, I'm like losing track of myself. There's a point where Rin begins to kind of yell at them. It says, "Do you have any idea what you could have done if you had shed blood in this place, you stupid girls?" She begins to step forward, and you can see she begins to start casting some magic. At which point, Yoki steps in front of her.
Oh,
says, and then he bows and takes a knee. Says, "Please don't sacrifice everything that you've worked for over them. I will gladly accept any punishment you see fit, but don't waste your energy on them." You see this kind of like brief moment of hesitation, and then her face goes to a an icy, unrepentant anger that is just completely stoic and flat. It is not furious. It is just cold. It says, "Yoki, you're too close," and she fully backhands him across the cheek.
Look away.
At this point, you guys notice the cage has been taken, and the knight draws the sword. And as the three begin to, or as the Queen of Hearts goes to start to kind of bicker and berate her, the knight just strikes the sword down through the air, and it is almost like they are cutting the air itself as it begins to shatter and splinter like glass, revealing this open portal into a void, and they step through.
Does that shattering kind of seem like when I use the looking glass? Or
A little bit similar.
Okay.
It honestly is a little bit more reminiscent of Stein's teleport.
Okay.
Is it reminiscent of the attack in the tavern back in session 1?
A little bit.
Okay.
It definitely has that kind of like otherworldly teleportation, like the tearing of reality and space kind of magic.
Kwaku immediately begins sprinting toward them with hand on hilt.
Yeah, if you want to roll initiative.
Kohaku, you
have-
can't do that alone. Oh my god.
It's my duty. I'm not gonna catch him, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Boy.
Anyone who wants to be involved in this can roll initiative. I promise we'll get back to you, Stein.
No, take your time. I'm fucking loving this.
All right. Kohaku, kicking things off.
Let's see, how far can I go? 80 feet plus a hop. Oh, I don't need the hop. Where's the portal? Right in front of the knight?
Yeah, they're like about to cast a spell.
Bloop, I'm in the way.
Right.
It's my standard and my movement, and then I have bonus action. I can't really do anything unless I. Well, I'll bonus action dodge then. We'll spend a key.
You run up and you watch as the knight kind of raises the sword and is about to cut through. stops and just kind of moves the sword away from you, tears open a portal, and kind of steps through it. You can see it's almost like the air has turned to glass that is broken and fragmented, catching the light strangely. Everything just seems refracted and weird, and on the other side you can just see this whirling bit of snow on the other side. She steps through and things clink back together.
Shit. Nia, are you still AFK? Son of a bitch. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm going to make an educated guess that it looks like Alistair is wanting to get involved. And because of that, I'm going to Tabaxi Dash, Cunning Action Dash for 180 feet. Or, well, I guess it'd be 120. I don't think I need all 180. Yeah, 120 gets me right up to here. Oh, she stepped through. So he runs up and she slips through right as he gets up. Boy. Sorry, give me a second. What the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? I think when he gets up here and is too late to stop Talon, I think he just takes the dodge action as well.
All right.
Actually, here, can I use my action instead of dodging? Can I search? I just want to study these people. I want to look for anything that I might be able to use to track them down, anything that looks pertinent, any signs of, like, the magic that they use, where they got the hats, just any sort of, like, clues or hints about what is going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess give me a there we go. Yeah, either perception or investigation.
Boy, I'll take it. I'll accept the mercy. I feel like this is probably investigation, but I'm so bad at it.
Again, this is one of those moments where our opinions of what investigation and perception
Yeah, that's true.
benefits you.
I'll take advantage of your weird definition of perception, sure.
What I will say is that for the time being, Jupiter doesn't spot anything immediately,
Right.
but in the next few moments, some stuff
Understood.
might come up, so I will keep that as your like going perception check for a
Understood.
couple of things.
I'm super into it, especially if there's any indication where this leads. But that's me for now.
For sure. Okay. The portal, it definitely seemed to be going to somewhere else that was snowy, so you imagine somewhere still on this mountain.
Okay.
Um,
Do I? Ooh, here we go. I'll fish for a specific thing. Do I see a specific type of tree or plant? Anything identifiable? Anything that could potentially be located later?
Unfortunately, nothing particularly unique. Like you definitely would have seen several evergreen trees and
Understood.
things.
Yeah.
But they're so prevalent around here that it would
They
be
could
hard
be
to.
anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Understood.
But yeah, as this is happening,
I'm gonna truth.
Yoki knows stuff.
Share the information, Yoki.
He's gonna try. He only has 6 seconds.
It's true.
Yeah, he's gonna yell at Kohaku. Kohaku, you can't fight here. This is holy ground.
I don't have a choice.
Oh, these fuckers know something.
You do see the Red Queen just does a little like titter that I can't do. Says, listen to your brother.
Is it like a no?
No, it's not quite the. It's not the like. Fuck, what's it called? The noble laugh. It's more of like a tittering little like gremlin child.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
I just think of the band leader from Kill la Kill. Her voice
Yeah.
is playing in my head.
That's pretty accurate, actually. That'll bring us to Nara.
Let's see here. Ladder goes up to here. And he has his gaze on this one, the one that was holding the cage.
Yeah.
Is she holding anything else?
Currently. She's not holding anything, but you do notice at her side she does have a little dagger. She doesn't have her hand on it or anything.
Okay. Well, he picks up his bow and draws the string back and aims it at her. Because he notices that that knight had Talon's sword, puts two and two together. What have you done with our friend?
Oh, was that girl your friend? We simply offered her some assistance. She was so troubled.
We mean by assistance.
She needed power, and we granted her it, though. She seems to have squandered that gift, so we'll have to deal with her.
Yeah. I was just gonna ready an attack in case they try anything.
Okay. Alistair.
Oh boy. Alistair has a big mixture of emotions going through on his face. Confusion, anger, fear. Although he seems to settle on the anger, and we'll just use movement and feline grace. So, I wish this would. There we go. Man, I'm gonna just have to use the dash action to get up here, up in the orcish girl's face. I can't recognize who this is, can I? I mean, I can tell for something. I have an idea.
Yeah, I think that there's enough. There's enough of a resemblance in the way that they dress that you could piece it together. They definitely look drastically different, though.
Right. An orderly catfolk woman at your palace. Is she okay? What have you done to her? Does she have a hat too? Her name's Dinah, if you even know that.
Brother, why is this small child yelling at me? I don't like it. Sister, I believe this is the boy that tried to paint your flowers before. The what? And you see her get kind of like begin to get angry and look down at you as
Ew.
recognition begins to flash across her face. And you watch her cheek kind of bulge slightly and her neck kind of distend and her body kind of ripple slightly.
Is it a little more green?
Yeah, and she begins to kind of like froth at the mouth, and then the White Queen is just like, "Sister, watch your anger," and says, and she seems to snap out of it. And go, "Look what you've made me do!" And she reaches into a very frilly little red purse that she's got, and pulls something out, and she begins to stuff it into her face very monstrously.
Oh no.
And you watch as her face begins to constitute itself back into the sweet little Lolita looking appearance. Jupiter, with your perception check, you were able to recognize that as a strawberry tart that she devoured.
Yep.
God.
I have no idea what you're talking about or why you're so upset with me, you ungrateful little wretch, but get out of my face. I have no time for you. And don't worry about the knight, sister. I'll send the Tweedles after them and they can retrieve the hat. You see the Queen of Hearts. Fine, very well. And that brings us to the top of the round.
All right, Your Highnesses, I'm going to escort you into the palace. Follow me.
There will be no need for that. We'll be leaving now. Done what we needed.
No, you may not leave now.
Oh, do you intend to stop us?
Yes, if must.
How cute.
You have attacked Kosetsu-jin, which has not been attacked by forces interior or exterior to our nation in over 1,000 years. This is a sanctuary. We will not be going anywhere until we figure this out.
We didn't attack your precious monastery. It was that ungrateful little night girl. If you have issue, take it up with her.
Don't explain it to me. Explain it to the Emperor. Oh, no. Either way.
There's a beating of wings that begins to mix with the sound of the air and the voices. As it goes, let's see.
All right. Well, let's. Oh no. Oh no.
The boy flies up.
God damn it.
All right. I'm going to take a hostage. My action is I come over here and I grapple this queen.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Hey,
It's the boy.
you go to grab her, and you suddenly kind of see your fur around your hands begins to darken as these spiraling patterns begin to crawl up your hands, up your arms, up to your shoulders, and your arms both go completely numb.
What is
And
this?
you feel yourself pulled away from the world.
Well, that's me.
Jupiter.
Oh boy. This is so terrible. I still have no idea what to do. Jupiter's frozen, I think, in the moment he continues to watch and dodge. We're not attacking these people. We cannot spill blood here. He's at least pieced that together. We cannot fight here. Oh, do I have anything to help with that save? I don't. I think he dodges. I think I dodge and I watch.
All right. Yogi will run over, cursing under his breath. Nara.
Hmm.
Oh, jeez.
Contemplating real hard if Nara would have let loose. what happened to Kohaku?
I was gonna say you follow your heart. You do you. You do you.
She didn't even have to like react at all. Like
It
Kohaku
didn't
just
even,
like reeled back after he tried to grab her.
yeah, and you can see these markings that are like starting to form across Kohaku's arms, and his arms have just kind of gone slack.
Orochimaru's curse seal. Is that what's going on?
Kinda.
Guess he just comes up to here. Keeping his aim on this one chick. Yeah, he just trains his bow on her. That's it.
All right. Alistair.
Okay, so Alistair, no, I'm Alistair. Kohaku tried to grapple, and then his didn't
Okay.
work out so well for him.
Yeah, he attempted to grab her, and then his arms just kind of like went numb, and you can see this strange pattern starting to form across his body.
Okay. I will try using my gauntlets with arcane weapon. Ooh, 16 doesn't seem like a lot, but she also seems like a squishy mage kind of person. Oh, this will be on the Queen of Hearts.
What weapon are you using?
It's just my gauntlets, the part of the armor, the thunder gauntlets. Yeah.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Shit.
Yeah, similar to Kohaku, you go to reach out and you feel your gauntlet kind of like lock up, and although you can't see your arm because it's covered in the gauntlet, you can feel something like has gone numb and like you've completely lost feeling and mobility in your arm.
Cool. Okay. Well, that is my action. Not gonna move. Bonus action, I'll give myself the temp HP with defensive field.
At the top of the round, see the tiny little old frog man comes hopping up in the snow.
Here comes Yoda. I believe in him.
That's quite enough, all of you. They may go, but know that you are not welcome within this province any longer. Take yourselves and leave. You see the Red Queen kind of pouts, and the White Queen just gives a nod, and the Red Queen changes her mask to one of just this impassive, condescending look. Says, very well, we'll take our leave. Three of them begin to make their way over. The Red Queen hops up on the Jabberwocky. And, which of them was it? The no. Sorry, I just decided to do an encounter with 5 of the biggest spellcasters in the world, and takes me a
Terrified.
minute to sift through their spell list. Right, which the Queen of Hearts begins to draw out a teleportation circle. Begins to do that.
If
Who's
I
this?
stand
Who's,
too close, oh, go ahead.
who's Froggy by? What's that? Yoda. Who is he?
He's the head of the Frog Province.
Okay, very well then.
But yeah,
I have to like purposely go into the portal, right? So it's not going to accidentally suck me with it. I don't know how teleportation circle works exactly.
yeah, and they've moved off to the side and
Oh,
begun to, unless one of you guys decides to disrupt it. But for the time being, I'm gonna pull us out of initiative for a moment as you guys kind of figure yourselves out. If you want to interrupt and jump back in, by all means.
Right.
Just keep kicking snow on.
You guys do notice that Atropos does bolt and begins to dive down the side of the mountain.
Oh, he's okay. He's here and he did that. Okay. Okay. Oh boy, I don't have any way to chase him. I don't have any way to follow him.
So, as you guys are doing this, I'll let you guys stew for a minute while we jump back to Stein. Stein, you begin to feel yourself spiraling, falling, the wind rushing past you, the cold, biting air cutting across your skin. I need you to make an insight check. But before you do, I'm going to tell you what the consequences are.
Okay.
The DC is going to be 20. On a success, you tell me what happens. And on a failure, I tell you what happens.
Okay. I have a +3 modifier. Let's roll a 17 plus. Let's go. Let me take my shirt off. All right, I'm ready to throw down. Let's go, dice. So close.
no.
Far off.
You begin to feel yourself spiraling, both physically and emotionally. Paper clutched in your hand desperately. It's the last attachment to Talon that you have at the moment.
Hold it to my chest.
There is a panic that begins to spread through your body as you try to right yourself, try to slow your fall. You need to act quickly, but the half of your body isn't responding correctly. The right side of your body just won't act correctly, and you can't right yourself. You feel yourself falling, seemingly endlessly. The stone of the mountain whipping past you, and you see the rapidly approaching trees before you. Stain, you wake up and feel yourself falling suddenly. You try to right yourself, but your body isn't responding. The left side isn't responding correctly. You don't know what to do. There's panic. You don't know where you are. It's cold. The wind is whipping past you. Then there's impact. And where you expect there to be pain, there isn't. It's numb. Whether it's shock or some other mercy, you impact hard. And when you kind of you feel the wind kind of knocked out of you. And there's a brief moment where you kind of fade just for a split second. When you come to, you find yourself lying on your back, looking up at the night sky as you've crashed through branches and brambles, leaving a large gaping hole in the canopy of trees as you stare up at the night sky. What do the two of you do?
Are we alive?
It's hard to say.
Stein can't feel his right.
Yeah.
He's holding the letters in his left.
Yeah.
Stein kind of balls up and just sort of shuts down, dissociates. He starts weeping. What he remembers seeing is Talon putting on the helmet and being blasted off a cliff, his arm reaching. Oh, Stein's gone and Stain is here? Did we switch?
No, they're both here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're both here. He can't feel his right side. He feels like maybe he's dead. But then Stain just starts screaming. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't feel it. Oh fuck, I'm paralyzed. This is for peeping. This is for peeping. Get up. Hey. And Stein is just crying. Get up! He just looks around. We're in the bottom of a ravine.
You've kind of fallen down the side of the mountain and kind of like landed on a plateau where there's a bunch of trees. As you look around, you come to the just horrific realization that you have a branch that has punctured through your stomach.
Ooh, that would normally knock me out, but may I do this?
Out the other side. I'll say that you can't because you were fighting with yourself.
Fair.
You are at like 1 hit point. It's not great. You are like the branch is essentially the only thing that is keeping you from just bleeding out. But you realize that you can't move, and you see a small shape above Darktown.
Simultaneously, the voices. Trophy! Like, Trophy! Atropus!
Bethel. Here, let me in. I'll heal you.
No, don't get in here. You'll die.
That doesn't matter.
Please,
We
please,
need-
please, please, don't get in here. And Stein is just like, Talon, what happened to Talon?
There's a crunching of snow, and you look to your side, and you see this crimson armored knight stepping up to you, sword drawn. See, Atropos immediately imposes himself between her and you.
Stay back. Talon?
And
That's Talon?
she raises a hand and just pushes Atropos aside as he is quite small and can't do a whole hell of a lot in this form currently. And she puts down the cage that she's got with her, takes a sword, and kind of holds you down with one hand, and Atropos kind of tries to impose himself again and starts like smacking at her as best he can, though kind of frugally. And she takes a clean swipe at the branch, cutting it kind of clean.
Stain doesn't believe what's going on. Like, oh shit, oh fuck. And Stein is like, all right, help me get off. He puts a hand on top of like his wound and prepares to cast a healing spell on himself as soon as he gets pulled out.
There's a. You watch as she's kind of prepares to pick you up, and as she does, she also casts a little bit of magic across her gauntlet, and you see it go like very hot. And as she pulls you free with a good hand, she presses this burning hot metal into your wound, cauterizing it. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. $19?
The pain is shocking, and both of you can't help but scream out. But you manage to retain consciousness, and you're able to cast your healing spell. Feel some of the internal wounds begin to knit closed, and kind of come to as she lays you down in the snow. There's a weird, quiet moment where you can see that even with the helmet on, she does seem to look at the papers that you have, and there's a moment where she seems like she's going to take them, and then she doesn't. She just turns and leaves.
Can I move?
Uh,
Probably very difficult.
it's difficult and painful, but you can move a little bit.
More like the right half is fighting with my left half.
Also that.
Yeah. I imagine there's a lot of stumbling. And it's like, Stein goes, Talon, wait. And Stein's like, and Stain is like, yeah, you'd better run. Thank you.
She kind of glances back at you for just a brief moment, and there's this lingering look that you share. Just in passing, but there is a strange, like, sad reluctancy to leave. But then she just goes.
Wait, don't go, Talon. I need you, please.
Meanwhile, back on the balcony, Queen of Hearts finishes her teleportation circle. Unless there was anything else you guys wanted to do in that time.
Jupiter has been frozen this entire time, but when he sees that the spell is about to finish and that he is about to not see these people, he does finally chime up. What did you do to them?
To who?
To my friends. The girl. The kobold. What? And he looks over the edge to where the footprints were dragged off. Where are they?
I simply gave her a release, though she seems to not have wanted it. As for the kobold, you'd have to ask her.
He just looks over the edge. He's stunned.
With that, the four of them vanish.
Can you get us down there? Do you have anything?
Let me see.
Yoki is gonna bow to Rin and say, I'll take my leave now. See that you do. Yoki hurries off. Rin walks over. I hate those bitches.
I love Rin.
I'm gonna do a subtle. Oh my gosh, she said a cuss word reaction.
Kohaku, give me your bead of force. I'll buy you another one.
Sure, hand it over.
We could use this to get down there real quick. Just put it on the outside of us and then go.
Wait, I can't give you my beat of force.
Did you
I
already
can't
use it?
move my arms.
Oh, I can't either.
Oh, is that still happening?
Yeah.
I will try a lesser restoration on Alistair and see if that helps.
Wait, no. First, you're gonna have to dig around in my pockets. You got to get that beat of force. Go ahead.
Which one of us?
With the paralyzed hands, go do it, Alistair.
You just want me to shove my little noodle hands in there? We're not going to get much done that way.
Choop, I don't remember which pocket it's in. You have to find it. Good luck. No.
Go
Yeah,
for it, Juke.
he cast lesser restoration.
On who?
Start with Alistair.
Wow.
Does
Okay.
it work?
So, yeah. You do feel that numbness and paralysis begins to fade in your arm.
All right.
Oh,
He'll do Kohaku next.
sorry, I shouldn't have tried to grapple her right after he did.
No.
But
I'm glad somebody did.
Yeah, you do Kohaku. Kohaku's as well begins to fade, and you move yourself back to normal.
can you get in your own pants, or do you have a servant for that?
Well, I don't have a servant for that per se, but I do prefer. Well, never mind. Here, there's the.
Thanks. Where'd Yoki go? Did he leave already? Bastard.
Yeah.
Okay. But we should. If he's alive, we need to get there quick, right?
You
Right.
need to get down there.
Yes.
Yeah, we were just gonna use this bead, but if you have a better way, that'd be cool.
That's a wonderful way to get down. It doesn't get you back up, does it?
No, I didn't think that far.
Jupiter pulls out the chalk. Is there a surface? Is there a wall? Is there even a spot on the ground somewhere nearby?
I mean, there's plenty of surfaces that you can kind of clear out for the chalk drawing.
He does a quick look around to see if there's anywhere that will like remain safe and secure for a while.
Try a bird.
Do it on the giant ice sword.
I don't want to like defile the
Yeah.
sword.
You can
No.
you can clear out. There's a bit of a patch on the stonework that you can clear out. Different will mention. It seems your lizard is quite capable.
Starts flying down.
Oh, bye, Nico.
Yeah, Nico's already going to start sailing down.
I always forget he can fly now. They grow up so fast.
Yeah.
But chalk's not a bad idea.
We have to come back here eventually anyway. Listen, we can't waste time. I made a promise. Come on,
Okay.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we can figure it out. Let's go. How big is a bead of force? Can all of us get down using it?
You want to try a bird?
I could take one of you down.
Ren says that.
Do you want to go, Kohaku? I'll go if you don't want to.
Who's down there? Stanenstein,
Yeah.
Atropos the demon.
Yeah, your favorite people.
Mm. How far down is it anyway?
Seems quite far. Several hundred feet at least.
I can slow fall that.
You've rejected my assistance once before. I wouldn't be surprised if you did it again.
I wouldn't take your assistance for all the tea in China.
Where's that?
For all the tea in Tairiku.
Oh.
No offense, of course. I just don't want to be in a position. You're a busy woman. All right, let's go.
Jupiter.
I'll go.
Jupiter goes up to Alistair with the bead, and he is going to. He shrinks down very rapidly into just a little kind of white furred, just like snow ferret thing, weasel or something small and fluffy and insulated.
Herman.
Oh.
Cute. Okay. Well, that'll make this easier. Can I put him in my shirt?
Yeah. Tuck them in your pants.
I said shirt. You said pants.
Yeah, you can kind of wrap them up around your neck and the collar, like a little fur collar.
Oh, cute. I do appreciate the offer, but save your mana. We'll be fine. We'll be back.
Right. Suit yourselves. So you guys beat a force yourselves and just roll down the hill, I guess.
Yep. That's what this is for.
All right.
The old WoW bubble jump.
Who all is getting in the beat of force?
Super monkey ball this shit. I'm doing it.
Sounds like.
Which means that Jupe's doing it because he's on me.
Yep.
Are we going straight down, or are we gonna like constantly hit against the fucking side of the cliff?
Maybe
You'll
she
find out.
can. Maybe she can fling our beat of force out further. I'd accept that, but a Kohaku wouldn't.
I can't let anyone in future write down in a history book that Rin helped Kohaku in any way, shape, or form.
We just have to put that he protested the entire time, and then you're fine. Covers your ass, and you are protesting the entire time. So get in the stupid orb. I guess we're jumping and have to do it. So you either go with us or you don't.
All right, I'm in. I'm in the orb.
All right, okay, let's go. I guess we're just bouncing. It's fine.
Nara, are you going with them or are you staying up here?
This is gonna be the worst experience. But okay.
We'll do it together.
All right. So all four of you kind of like cluster up together, throw the bead onto the ground, and a bubble of force erupts around all of you.
So tight.
You will take 11 points of force damage
That's
as you are crammed into this tiny little bubble.
Oh, that's
And
before we fall.
that's before you fall. That's just from the beat of force. It's one of the effects of it. And then Rin just carefully nudges the ball off the edge of the cliff, and you guys go free falling all the way down. Hits one of the like stone edges of the cliff and like bounces and like goes its way down. It's like the most nauseating fair ride that you have ever gone on. Like a truly just atrocious roller coaster where it's like this could not be legally safe for anyone to be on.
I've
No.
been on wooden roller coasters. I know what that feels
Yeah,
like.
same. Tear up your
Yeah.
neck.
You're tumbling down eventually as the bead eventually lands in snow and bursts, and all of you come sprawling out on the other end at the bottom of this cliff.
It worked. We did it. And I feel like I know all three of you way better than I should now, even though I only know you as a ferret.
Yeah,
But I guess I know you regularly. That's fine.
he pops out and shakes his fur, and then we'll kind of like change back to his normal form. Where are they? And he starts looking around for like signs of an impact, signs of footprints.
You can give me perception or investigation.
can help with investigation.
Sure.
And one of you give me just a flat d20 as a luck check to see how accurately your Plinko machine worked.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're so lucky that I
Yeah.
switched to the new interface and I couldn't find the dice roller in time.
I found it. It was easier to find. There's a dice.
So lucky.
Alistair, you find some signs of footprints that don't seem familiar. Some kind of boots. But you guys are able to follow them and eventually come across Stein. And at this point, we'll jump back to Stein and Stain. As you two are struggling for control, who wins out?
Who wins out? Let's see. So Stein is frantic. He just says, did Talon disappear? Like she teleported away again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Once she's gone, Stein just loses it. She left. She left me behind. What happened? Talon? Talon! And then Stain, really annoyed, kind of reaches across and slaps the other side of his face. Get a hold of yourself. People leave. All right? Everyone leaves eventually. Get up.
Basil,
You gotta keep standing.
what's happening to you?
Trophy, I don't, oh my god. I'm in so much pain. Not the good kind, even.
We have to get you to the doctors.
Again? Ah, shit. This always happens to me. He, Trophy? Could... Stein knows you? Could you... I don't know. Pep him up or something.
Vassal, things are hard.
Stain's like, go on.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Hey, Stein. Well, he's right. Things are hard. All right? Life beats you down. People leave. Some of them never come back. But as long as you got one person, just one, who you can protect, it's all gravy. He pats Atropos. We got Atropos. We can't let him die no matter what. All right? He just nods. The other side, the left side, comes around holding the letters and realizes he's still holding them. He opens them up, realizes he's like, I can't even read these. I can't read it.
You
Give
can't,
it here.
you can't read them, but you do recognize one of them.
Oh, what's this one?
It is the letter that you had sent to Talon from Pashinikawa.
Oh, did she just get them?
That's one of them, and you recognize
Okay.
it because it's what Alistair had written, and you presumably had looked at it before sending it, even if you
Alright.
couldn't have read it. And then after that, there are two other pieces of paper.
She got a letter from me. That's nice. Stain's like, give it. And he looks at it and he reads out loud. The second and third letter.
All right, then I will, since you volunteered, why don't you read this?
Letter to Talon it's from Lady Serena. Talon, I have attempted to write this letter many times now, and each time my words fail to provide comfort I wish they could. Know that we all miss you terribly, and our hearts are with you. I don't even know if this letter will reach you, but should it find you safely, I must tell you something very painful. You're... What? What? Your father passed away. I know you have fought and worked so hard for him and our family, so this news must be devastating for you to hear. I wish, with all my heart, I could be there with you. I know that this is a terrible thing to hear, and it may be a cold comfort at this time, but know he loved you very much and was so proud of you. Even in his final moments, his thoughts were of you. And he wished for nothing more but your continued success. His only regret was not being able to see you be knighted. But we know that you will be great knight around across Camelot and all the realms. And they're both crying.
Keep it together. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah. And Stein is just freaking out, crying. It's like, hold on. And he kind of puts a hand on the left shoulder, and he keeps reading. I need you to hold the other side of the letter, okay? It's windy. I wish so much that I could see you. I'm sure I still wouldn't know what else to say, but perhaps I could still have provided you a light in this dark time. Your father has left you his armor, sword, and shield. But I'm sure they won't fit you. They'll be here for you when you return. I don't know what else to say other than I'm sorry, Talon. Your brothers and sisters all send their love. Though we haven't seen them in some time, Stein also sends his regards. He sent you a letter, and I've attached it here. I'm sorry for reading it, but I hope it will provide an address so I could send it in the letter as well. Seems to be doing well. I'm sure that will be comforting. You wrote her a letter? You can't write. I had Alistair do it. Right. I love you so much, Talon. Your family's here waiting for you to return. Quentin's getting so big. That's good to know. You might not even recognize him. Jane is growing to a lovely young lady. She's been wearing some of your old dresses that you wouldn't wear. You two are so different from each other. Cecil and Marina have been getting into a lot of trouble lately. I don't know what to do with them. There was a beehive in the barn and they tried to knock it down. They got stung so badly. Go get him, kids. They had to rest in bed for nearly a week before swelling went down. Stein's like, oh no! Should have had old man Logan do that. Trevor has been working so hard. I don't know what I'd do without him. I know you two didn't always get along, but he sends his love and I know he misses you. Your room still waiting for you here when you return. I'm sorry I can't be with you right now. But I'm here to put you in spirit, and my heart is with you always. I love you, Talon, and I pray for your safe return. Oh, that's fucked up. Why'd you make me read that, you idiot? I didn't. You offered. It's like wipes his nose. Alright, what's the next letter?
That was the whole thing. It was just 2 pages.
Oh, okay, it's 2 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why'd you make me read that, you idiot? We have to get her back. Lady Serena can't lose anymore. I can't believe he's gone. I can't believe I didn't say thank you. And just kind of sit there and think. We're not so different, you know? You and I? Fuck off, we're really different. I'm just what remains. No, you were. You didn't have to read that letter. You could have just. You could have just not said anything. But you did. Even when it made you cry, you read the letter. I know we've never spoken, but I appreciate you very much. And I'm sorry. Truly, I am. I'm really sorry that you can't experience the things I do. Stain says nothing. And I think over time, if one of them wins over the other, Stain remains. Pulling the visor back over his face. And he just kind of hugs his knees.
Trophy comes over. Kind of nuzzles up next to you. Wraps his
And
little stupid wings around you and tries to keep you a little bit warmer.
thanks, Tropy. He pulls Tropy into his cloak and kind of wraps himself around him. Share body heat, and he wiggles his other foot, seeing he has control. He's wobbly, but he tries to stand. And then he's like, fuck it. I'm gonna rest here for a bit, alright? He finds a tree to kind of sit against. And he does another healing where the tree penetrated him. He's like, that could have hit my spine. That could have hit my spine. We're so lucky.
Do a little bit more healing. And it's around this time that the rest of you
Spam.
arrive. Find Stain curled up with Atropos at this tree.
Jupiter.
Oh, thank goodness you're okay.
Yeah. Jupiter starts for number 6, saying, hey, oh, fuck, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. What happened?
I'm alright.
No, you're not. Look at the fuck. And he'll just start casting spells.
Yeah, you can see a big, burnt hand
Fucking-
where it was cauterized.
Ooh. How did you do that?
Tree did that.
The tree cauterized your wound?
Oh, the fire, no. I got fire hands.
What happened? Did they do this to you, the queens?
No. I don't know what happened, alright? Last thing I remember was falling.
Fuck, it's you.
What do you think it was?
Eat these.
What's that?
And he just hands over a handful of berries.
Oh, thanks.
What do you remember? What happened? Where'd you wake up?
I was falling.
Did you see Talon?
Other guy said that Red Knight was Talon.
Yeah.
She did this. Got the branch off, and he just points at the branch where he was impaled. I was over there, kind of like the thing those rats do to shrikes. Shrikes do to rats. Ever seen a shrike?
No.
They're these shitty birds that grab their meals and impale them on thorns. That happened to me, except it wasn't a bird.
It was Talon? Talon did that to you?
No, I was falling, and the branch broke my fall.
Broke your fall is pretty gentle language for this. Fuck, this
I
got you all the way
died,
through.
did I?
You're
Yeah, it went completely through. Like, I had to be cut off.
You're lucky it
from
didn't
it.
hit your spine or your heart. Fuck, you're so
It-
lucky.
Totally missed. Can't get me.
Do I... Where is Talon? You said she fixed you. Where'd she go? Where is she now?
Fucking left. Everyone leaves.
Now...
Stick-
That's not true.
I'm sick of you saying that when we've come back for your ass time and again. Shut up.
Sticks his tongue out.
Ooh, that's very mature of you.
Looking at,
Oh, it ain't.
do I see footprints? Do I see Talen's footprints?
Yeah.
Once I have handed him the berries, I start chasing that down.
They go off a little ways, and you see another section where, similarly, it looks like she cut through space. And you can, just with your Arcana, you can see some like faint remnants of that.
Fuck. Talon, why'd you do it? Why'd you do it, Talon? Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it?
Because Lord Durrell's dead.
She knew.
He just holds up the letters.
No.
Other guy had this in his hand.
Yeah, Jupiter takes it and he reads it real fast. Fuck.
Oof.
We weren't fast enough. We could have been doing something the whole time.
Wasn't speed that mattered, chum. I was there.
We spent 3 weeks in Kohan. We spent 3 weeks in Kohan doing nothing. We could have been done with this. We could have. Sorry.
Don't be
The gods
ridiculous.
don't have perfect knowledge of the future.
Don't
What
be
if we do?
ridiculous. You couldn't have. We wouldn't have made it back in time, anyways.
These letter, he just shows the other one. He wrote this. He just points at Ali.
Which one?
He points at the letter that Stein had Ali write.
Oh yeah,
Back in Kohan.
I wrote that one.
By the time this got back, I was already dead.
Oh, that was a while back then. It's one of the first things he had me do. Well, I did for him. He didn't have me do it. There's nothing more we could have done, Jupe. Right? It sucks a lot, but don't blame yourself for something that wasn't in our control.
All right. We have to find her, right? Fuck. I made her a promise. We have to find her.
We'll find her. She can't be that far.
She had a magic sword doohickey. Or whatever. Who gave her the hat?
The Queens did. We don't know why.
Queens.
Yeah, this.
This country?
No, and that's a problem.
No, Merveille's queens were here for some reason.
We're working with Ren.
Were
Rin
they? They
did
didn't
this?
seem to be.
They at least knew each other.
Well, Rin's still up top. Do you think we can catch her and talk to her about it?
We're like hundreds of feet down. Gonna be a hard climb.
I left a circle up there. If we don't want to climb it, we can use it.
Circle?
Yeah, he just kind of like pats the chalk.
Right. I don't wanna be that guy. But where are we going?
Oh, right. There's a temple up on top of this mountain. That's where we were. Were you here for when we talked about Kojetsu Inn at all?
Kasetsu Jin?
Yeah, I probably said the name wrong. I don't know.
We're in Kasetsu Jin? Alright.
Well, we were. It's up there. technically it might be like on the border of the city, but not in the city proper, obviously.
We,
And what I miss.
we got the medicine to save Talen's dad.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stein kicks a tree in half.
Steiner Stain.
For just a moment, you see Stein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's go. Time's clearly of the essence for a lot of things, and if Ring gets away, we might not be able to ask her anything. I'd use.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Keep moving. Just keep moving. Let's go. I look up. What is it? What does it look like? How realistic is it?
To climb?
Yeah, to get up without using magic.
Ugh. Do you guys have any climbing gear on you?
I got climbing gear, but I don't want to climb that shit. I'm injured.
We should have
Send
put
me
a
a
rope
rope.
down. Yeah.
Well, no, hand me a rope. I'll just jump up to the top and tie it off.
Okay, I've got some rope here.
A rope is going to be much shorter than you need.
Can we just circle around and go back to the front? There's a trail, ain't it?
We can use magic if we need to. We also have a lot of rope. We have a ton of rope.
I know, but do I got? He's got an arm over his belly.
This was like a 50-story drop.
He's in no shape to make that. Let's just use the charm.
All right,
I know
yeah.
there's limited
Okay, yeah,
charm.
I can't jump 50 stories.
All right. Okay.
I thought it was about 100 feet.
No, I look for a surface that we can draw soccer or chalk on.
Yeah, you're able to. It takes a little bit to find something that you can draw on, but you eventually find some stone that you're able to clear away and draw. What are you working? What are you drawing?
Near the sword, or a little bit away.
Well, you guys are down at this point, so
Right.
you're able to.
Yeah, we left
Like-
we left one up top.
But one what?
Oh, on what?
Yeah.
No, one what? What are you casting?
Oh, I'm using the Sigil Carver's chalk.
Oh, you're using that stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Which is why it's important we find somewhere that is not going to be disturbed.
Okay. In that case, you probably would have had to go back. You would have probably wanted to go back into the Kosetsu Jin somewhere, just to keep it from getting muddied up by the weather and stuff.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
And I imagine
Yeah.
that the one we do down here is almost certainly going to get erased quickly, but that's
Yeah.
fine. It's temporary, unless we conveniently land right next to a cave. But we did. roll
We
an
did
18 on the
earlier.
way. Yeah. Are there signs of a cave nearby?
There are caves around here. You could give me a. Yeah. Give me another luck check. See if there's maybe a cave down here. Nope.
You said luck check, not survival.
It's still a
I'm gonna
one.
give a luck check.
Still a one.
It wasn't still a one.
Nat
No.
ones are not
That's
a
how-
thing in 5e. A 9 is a 9, and a
See,
19
if we went off
is
of
very
my
good.
luck.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're using
It's
that
a
as
luck
the
check.
luck check.
Yeah.
I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Okay, just kidding. Yeah.
It's
Damn
fine.
shame. Damn shame.
Why does my shin hurt?
Probably because you fell off a mountain.
mountain.
No, it was fine. My back hurt.
You're lucky to be alive.
It's like you see him talking, and then suddenly there's a bit of Stein appearing. He kicks a tree in half, and then he's staying again. It's like, ow! Ooh!
Oh,
Why?
you just kicked the tree. Well, you didn't. The other you did, but he's upset too. Clearly.
All right.
I think they're having a bit of a quarrel at the moment. So
Man, if you get lucky, you might be
He
able to
nearly
talk to him.
killed me, by the way.
It's true.
Crybaby shit.
Listen, he's not a crybaby shit. He's just...
He freaked out, nearly got us killed.
Yeah, his friend died.
We nearly died.
We were fallen. I could have saved us.
Well, you didn't. You're still here, and you have to deal with it. All right. Have a little sympathy. All right. He's. I know you don't like him. I know he's lucked out in all of this, but he lost someone.
Like I didn't. Lord Darrell and Talon saved me too. This is my fucking body. If he kills himself, I die. Who'll take care of Atropos? I ain't losing 2 people.
He's not gonna kill himself.
You know what stupid people do.
You don't think I know what stupid people do when they're hurting?
Then you do know he'd kill himself. Don't ya?
Boy, give me an inside check.
Skill, insight. It's not good. It's at 11.
He just goes quiet. He continues drawing the chalk circle. He does not respond anymore.
You guys do find there's a kind of a weird like rumbling under the earth, and a like a coffin kind of rises up out of it,
Oh, what the hell?
and as it opens up, you see Rin steps out of it.
Holy shit, what was that? That was cool.
So you found
this?
who you were looking for.
One of them.
Hey, lady, you're pretty.
Charming.
Don't mind him.
Thanks.
Incredibly.
Let's get you all back up here.
Hey, who were they? How do you know them?
That's a long conversation.
Cool. Who
Perhaps-
were they?
Perhaps we have it inside.
Fine. All right.
Yep. That's
Give me an insight. Yeah, okay.
She will
Jupiter. Go ahead.
very slowly over the takes many castings, but she will eventually get you guys up top.
Oh, she
As
instead of the chalk.
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Excellent. Carry on.
Sweet.
you guys get back inside. All right. First of all, I'm an empress. You should watch your tongue. Secondly, those 3 are members of the Witches' Tea Party.
I have to bite my tongue physically.
I don't. The witches. Who are they? How do you know them? Why were they friendly with you?
Friendly is a matter of perspective.
Your Highness. He curtsies.
They had approached me and wanted me to join them at one time, but our ideals and goals didn't align, so I turned them down.
What were their ideas and goals?
They wish to purge anyone who doesn't have magical capabilities from the earth. I found that problematic.
Boy.
poof.
That's a lot of powerful people with a lot of dangerous opinions.
Yes,
What were they doing here?
that I'm unsure of. But they apparently gave that girl that hat.
The helmet.
Yes.
Did you say witch's tea party?
Yes.
All right. He just updates his journal with kill witch's tea party.
It's a collective of powerful witches. I say that their goals, the purging of all non-magical beings, but that's not entirely accurate. The group isn't fully aligned at all times, but they pretend to be.
As nobles do. No offense.
It's all part of the game, I understand.
And you know them how?
She just went over that. They
Yeah, they-
approached her trying to get her to join the Tea Party.
Just
and
wanted to
yeah,
join.
turned them
They
down.
want to give you a hat?
Well, I had already had my hat, and that's why they approached me.
Uh-huh. They
Oh,
want
so
to
that-
collect all of them.
Wonder how
So
many
your
of them.
headdress is a hat.
Yes.
Pretty nice hat. But why
Yes.
they get Talon? She doesn't have magic. Does she?
Apparently she does. She does now.
Wonder how many of them didn't have magic before their hats either. Fucking hypocritical.
Some maybe, but my concern is how they knew where she was.
How did they find her?
There's magic for it. The better question is why they would give a shit about her.
It's not noble blood, is it? They were all queens?
No, but hats are they're fickle. Certain people are just more compatible with them, and depending on when you receive your hat, that compatibility can shift pretty drastically.
What was her hat? You know anything about it?
Don't, but whatever it was, she adapted to it very quickly.
She had a heart in the cage.
That was probably part of it.
Logic says it would be her heart because she had, the hole in her chest.
She had a hole in her chest?
Quite
Yeah.
likely. The Queen of Hearts has the ability to remove a person's heart, both physically and mentally. This gives her control over people that she does that to.
Huh.
Fortunately for us, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, she seemed to have gotten cocky and didn't give any orders before your friend was able to get her heart back.
That's my girl.
It's all well and good, but that also means that she's still cutting herself off emotionally somewhat. For better or worse.
For better or worse. At least she's alive and not under her control.
She's still in there.
Yeah.
She
think
saved
so.
me. Or at least Stein.
She saved you too. She knew what she was doing.
Ain't the first time.
We do need to find her though. She shouldn't have that hat on for too well. I guess not everyone goes mad to look over at Ren or look at her. Does she seem insane in any way?
You definitely noticed a few flashes of irritation, particularly when confronting the three of them and when Yokimaru, especially when Yokimaru stepped in front of her. So you get the sense that even though she does seem to be in relative control, you think that it's probably like a constant struggle to maintain that control.
Okay. Talon's strong, but I don't know how long she can keep that up.
She can't be alone right now. We cannot leave her alone right now.
Right. For multiple reasons, but
Unfortunately, finding her may be difficult. If she's already mastered teleportation, then if she doesn't want to be found, she won't be found.
She moved from up here all the way down there. I can teleport kind of like that, but I can go here to there. And he points about 30 feet away. She got this down quick.
yeah, my teleport can only go about 90.
Whatever hat they gave her is very powerful.
Indeed. Why would they just give that to her? Sorry, I don't really know a bunch about hats and it's confusing to me.
Possible that none of them were compatible with it, and can't really have two hats. It's a
What happens
dangerous.
when you wear two hats?
It's a dangerous cocktail. One is already hard enough to maintain. Two would almost certainly cause irreparable damage to one's psyche.
Also, it just kind of looks stupid. Can you imagine if you walked around with a tower of hats on your head?
It's true.
Heads of the hats.
What do you want to do, Jupiter?
Fuck. I mean, we need to find her when we can, but she's right. There's no way we can track her the old-fashioned way, and I'm not strong enough yet to find her with magic.
I think she wants to go home.
Probably.
If she can travel that far, she probably went back home.
We need to go that way eventually.
We need to go see Merlin anyway.
I know out of character, he's not here. I do look over to Sheesh. We're very close to Sheesh's problems, and we're already here. But we do have a circle here now.
We have a circle here, and if Merveille's a problem, we're gonna have to go back this way anyway.
True.
I'm fine with doing whatever. I worry now more than ever a little bit.
Yeah. If it was just me, I would go to Merveille. Mostly for selfish reasons, but I guess now we also need to find Talon there.
You mean Merlin? You said Merveille.
Or, sorry, yeah, Merlin.
Okay.
Camelot. Something tells me that we might not be able to do much about the vampires right now anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, they're vampires.
Yeah, we'll let you in, but Sheesh has a complicated thing going on just over the mountains nearby.
All right. What's the plan there?
Well, that's the thing, is we don't really have one. Mostly, Sheesh is looking for somebody important to him. But we don't really have much of a lead other than that was the last place he saw him. And even then, the last time he heard anything was that he had disappeared, so it seems unlikely he would be there at all. Time is of the essence. I would like to travel south towards Camelot. We can't go through the Scar. We're going to have to hit the western shore. We're going to have to sail.
Well, we've got a captain.
He gives a look.
Hey, Talon said it, right? Do it for Talon.
with that shitty boat.
We can find a ship.
We get rammed by a whale, we die immediately.
No, it can take a whale. That's no problem.
Will it bounce?
It's
Looks light.
it's resilient.
You missed the sky whale too, by the way.
Yeah,
What's a sky whale?
this thing apparently, and he kind of like taps the hilt of his sword.
I thought that was just a regular whale, but kind of fucked up.
Well, I mean, kind of, you know. No, it's a sky whale. They're like whales, but they're in the sky.
It's a pretty nice sword.
Thank you.
I'm fine going south. Those queens have way too much magic for us to take them on. We can't take on their hats.
Can anyone draw them for me? I didn't see them.
Oh, what did I prepare today? Oh no, herbalism. Damn it.
Let's see. What can I?
We can do it later. Everyone okay? Was I the only one knocked off a cliff?
Yeah,
The rest of us jumped. Yes.
we were at a dining hall. Rin appeared. You realized that Lady Talon was missing. You went out to look for her, and only a few minutes later, there was an attack of some sort on the city. I assume that you were probably knocked out and blown over the cliff during that.
We see these headshots. Oh my god, there's Red Knight. The pink turned red. Ah, I'm dying.
Crimson Knight Talon.
My fucking heart.
Boy. It's so good. Her fucking heart, actually. But
on one hand, that's so fucking cool. On the other, I'm so fucking sad.
Yep.
So torn. So torn.
no, what did you? No, you can't gray out Hot Mom Drake. Don't do that. We didn't see her die on screen. She didn't die.
What?
I got some best news for you.
Wait, who?
You're hot mom.
Okay, first of all, my mom. don't call her hot mom. Yeah, she's super dead.
Oh.
I think that's been established.
Yeah.
I actually, surely that has to be clear in character, right? Have I actually said that yet?
I don't think you've ever explicitly said it.
Oh man,
You've implied it a handful of times.
oh, it's been very implied. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, fair. I won't say anything else.
Look at those insight rolls that I've done. They're a 5 and a 3. My passive insight is a 10. It's not good.
True. Alistair might not have pieced it together yet. I don't know.
Oh yeah. With your insights, Jupe, you know this. I posted here, and Ali, Stay's just an asshole. This is just how he is.
I know that.
Yeah, it's just how he is.
He's just an asshole. It's okay.
As you guys are kind of discussing, Hojo kind of comes up and joins you all.
Oh, holy shit! You came out of nowhere.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for chasing them away, I guess.
This one seems more boisterous than usual.
He's technically him, but not him. It's complicated.
Yeah.
There's 2 of him.
Well, no judgment here.
I'm staying.
Hello. I'm sorry to inject myself into your conversation. I just wished to ask for your assistance, if you would, Rin. You see, our friend here is rather ill, and we have need of an arcanist. I know that you are quite practiced.
Oh boy.
Friend?
All right. Well, what do you need?
Friend's still alive. He's not grayed out yet. That's a lie. This is a
Right.
false letter.
So boy, this had not crossed Jupiter's mind, but you suddenly watch as his ears swivel. The little bits of hair that he does have kind of stand up on the back of his neck. He listens in without contributing for a moment. Or did she ask me what I need?
Yeah, she asked you.
Are you familiar at all with Hollowjaw?
The flotilla?
Yeah. I
Vaguely familiar.
I've been searching. We all have for a long time for answers. We've heard that the best healers were here, and the best healers have told us that it is more than just a disease. There's a magical component to it, which I think we've all kind of known. We're just trying to learn more. We're trying to figure out what we can do.
Ferrying you all up that cliff took a lot out of me, but I'll see what I can do.
If there's anything I can do to help, I can help prepare magic. I'm just looking for answers.
I have some jobs for you all, but we can discuss that after.
Oh boy.
Sure. Yeah, doing is good. Doing is good. What do you need us to do? Or
Uh,
should we wait till after?
we'll wait. I'll figure out what's going on with you. There's this wonderful. We'll take you to the samples that we have.
Sure.
And a lot of you go down into their alchemy chamber, where you pull out one of your blood vials, and Ren begins to cast a little bit of identification on it. Takes her a little bit, and she kind of furrows her brow, and then she does it again, and one more time. Well, you were right that this is definitely magic, at least magically altered. I would say this is Cersei's work, so unfortunately, the group's good as dead.
That's what most people kind of assumed. What do you know about Cersei?
Nothing other than the rest of the witches in the Tea Party tend to be tread carefully around her. She's frankly a nutcase.
So it's more than just the three of them.
Yes, it's many. Those three have their own sect going on within the party.
Right. Well,
Cersei is largely independent. She's a master of transmutation, and I imagine she's altered some other disease in an attempt to, I don't know, work out her vendetta. I don't know what her motives are, other than she has an incredible capacity to hold a grudge.
Against who? Why? Why would she do this to us? I don't understand. What did I do?
I imagine that you didn't do anything particular other than be born as a member of the flotilla, and as a result, a descendant of the people of Piazu.
And that's it then. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, I mean, if you were able to
Kill her.
kill Cersei, then anyone capable of curing the disease wouldn't have to worry about the ramifications and her enraging her. So you may be able to find somebody capable of that. Alternatively, you could just ask her nicely and see if that works for you.
was that last part a joke?
Only partially. She's one of the only people that would be capable of reversing it. At least the only one capable of reversing it that wouldn't be at risk of earning her ire.
What if I didn't give a shit about her ire? How do I reverse it then? You said we could find somebody who might do it if they just weren't afraid. What if I didn't fear anything?
You would need someone capable of transmutation magic who could reverse the effects in. You would need somebody to reverse the effects of the disease in all of the bacteria that is currently invading your system.
What's bacteria?
It's the thing that makes you sick.
Little demons, gotcha.
Right. It's like miasmas.
Oh, that makes sense. Miasma.
Is that...
What kind of person could do that? You said someone with good transmutation magic?
You would likely need a witch's hat or someone of comparable power, a higher level spirit, but even many of them would fear Cersei's ire. As you're experiencing yourself, her vendettas don't stick to really the person who wronged her, they extend to everyone around them for eternity.
Until she dies. Huh?
Well, with her hat, that'll be quite some time before that happens.
And just killing her isn't enough. It's not like it magically goes away just because she dies, but maybe then some of these
Well,
higher beings would intervene.
what if her hat is how she's doing this transmutation magic? If we kill her and take her hat, then
And
we
what,
might
wear
have
it?
a way to do it anyway.
If you were able to use her hat, you could certainly reverse it. And frankly, transmutation magic isn't my speciality, so
Necromancy, he guesses.
I'm a little bit more necromancy, conjuration, that sort of thing. It's very possible that killing her would cause the changes in this virus to be reversed. Some magic can't survive without its host. Though, given her tenacity and her specialization, I imagine that she would have accounted for that.
You study necromancy. Those people, and he kind of like nods over his shoulder to one of the guards. Are they people? Are they still who they were?
Not particularly.
Could they have been if you cast a different spell?
Potentially, I could have brought some aspect of their soul with them, but that seems cruel and unnecessary in most cases. If you're asking me if I could resurrect you after you die, then I'm afraid I can't.
Right. Okay. All right.
I could make you a lovely meat puppet, though. That's about it.
Well, if that meat puppet isn't afraid to go kill Cersei, then he bites his tongue.
You ain't going nowhere, pal.
My point is that I don't know her motives or her vendetta, other than she is driven by some deep grudge. I don't know her intimately enough. I don't know if it would be impossible to simply appeal to her.
It seems unlikely.
Even so, how would one get an audience with her? Do you know
You'd
that?
have to go to her territory and ask nicely.
Knock on her
That's the
doorstep.
place surrounded by whirlpools, right?
Prostrate yourself and hope she's in a good mood. You know, after contending with her kraken first.
Right. Something tells me that even if she had the good graces to grant us an audience, that I don't think I'll be exchanging pleasantries with her. No, it's not the place you're thinking of to the northwest. That is a different place. This is down to the southwest, by the Iron Sand Islands.
But we know where she lives, yeah?
Yeah. Nobody goes near there. It's a death trap.
We got a plan then. We got that chalk. We just need someone to bring it over across. Mark that place. Bring everyone else over. Kill her ass. Break the curse.
Sounds simple, right?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, she can't possibly wear her hat to bed, right? Can't sleep with her hat on.
Can you take them off?
It's
Or do you just die?
it's very difficult. We wouldn't kill them.
But you can't, like, just take it off because you got a shower or anything. It's like
I'm-
glued.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to decline answering that question.
That's fair. Your hair looks great, though.
Thank you.
Snane, do you know anything about Merlin? Stein seemed to know a little bit.
Merlin.
Nope. Damn it.
Merlin's a big shot. Works for the
Yeah.
king. Created the cathedrals. Don't know anything else about him.
He made the cathedrals, huh?
Yeah. Protective measures.
Does he have any sort of weird hat that he wears? It might not be a hat, but
I don't know.
okay.
Can I get any sort of a read on Rin on how confident she is in this answer, how seriously she's taking it, and whether she's just kind of trying to get us out of her hair, or is this like how much can I trust this information?
Sure, give me an insight check. She definitely has. I mean, you could interpret this however you want. She has a air of confidence in the way that she's presenting this information that would lead you to believe that she feels fairly confident in her abilities to assess this
Right.
and in her just in her assessment in general. But she also has this air of you are one life in a much bigger puzzle that is kind of you're just like a random dude to her.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of that for the past like 3 hours from all sorts of people.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. We can't do it alone. There's no way. If even the other witches are afraid to stand up to her, there's no way the 6 of us can wander in and kill her.
No.
But we
Ain't
might.
the first witch we've killed.
No, certainly not.
Like 2 in our belts.
But this is no mere witch. This is
She-
Cersei. The other witches fear her. She took this island by storm in the blink of an eye. It was not even a battle, it was a massacre. It was nothing like I've ever seen or heard of since.
She's also controlled and maintained that island for decades.
She must be getting complacent then.
It is, islands are very easy to defend. Especially when you control the sea as well. We would potentially have the backing of the flotilla. Not that we could do anything about it. We are the remnants of what survived the massacre. We can't retake it. We were already kicked out.
No. We can't use the flotilla. She's looking out for the flotilla. We need another force she won't be bothered by.
The little one has a point.
Besides, flotilla's too big. Easy to see.
an assassination then,
Yeah, man.
not a confrontation.
Best way to kill a king in his sleep. Not that I've done any of that. Just fantasized a lot.
Noted.
I wouldn't say that too loud, Stain. Okay.
It's okay, not this country. Ugh.
Alright. Okay. Alright, then sure. Yeah, all we have to do to solve all of this is assassinate Cersei. No big deal. And then everything might maybe have a chance of getting better.
What? No, it's a big deal. I'm gonna get rewarded for it.
That is what the flotilla is for, then, Stain. You don't understand. This is not just me. I am a drop in the bucket of people that are dying. It's not just me. It's hundreds, thousands of people are wasting away on these ships with this unknown terror that spreads like wildfire, invisible until it isn't, and then they die in their 20s, having never lived, having never written a story. Those people, if they can have a shot at a life, they'll be indebted to you. You can have whatever you want. You want a ship? You want an island? You want a manor on the coast? There'll be a whole land for the retaking.
People have died younger than 20. If you can't leave alive as much as you could before a deadline you know is coming, that's on you. All right.
It's not a contest.
No, it's about living, not surviving, not going buy to buy every day.
What's your deadline then?
Could be tomorrow.
Could be, but you don't know?
No, that's the shitty part, ain't it?
That makes it very easy. Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do. The point is that we have a plan of action, and if you need a reward, I'm certain you'll find one.
Yeah, I just don't want the flotilla meandering over to that place and getting beat up by a kraken.
No, I'm not certain that I could convince any of them to be stupid enough to try it anyway.
But we do need something that gets us there. Either by magic or a big whale. Can people go inside whales?
I was gonna say, if we
Ever heard the story of Jonah?
if we could travel by, well, we cannot touch the water. Cersei is the sea. We need to go by sky.
The inside of a whale ain't water.
But the outside is.
The outside is. Don't go out of the whale.
What I'm saying is, if we hide inside a whale, the kraken can just squeeze the whale, and then we die. Unless that whale was swimming through the clouds.
Sky whale?
Ooh, sky whale.
Then we just gotta contend with miles of air.
I think I'd rather trust one of Tyruku's warships. We are the greatest shipsmiths or shipwrights in the world.
All right.
Do what?
And we still sail trading and war vessels despite the presence of a kraken.
Do I, Drake, have I heard of attempts to retake the island by anyone with a more powerful navy than the flotilla? And how did they go?
I don't think anybody with a stronger, like, naval force has attempted it. Tyriku hasn't. I don't think Camelot has.
This is, I mean, it's a possibility, but there's a
What do we
reason.
know about her kraken?
There's a reason that nobody has retaken these islands, unless you want all of Tyriku to be the next to suffer her curse.
Listen
Yeah.
to me. Although the world is insane right now, and nobody is paying any attention to reason or rationality, our nation has been attacked. This is the one thing that should unify every single clan in Tyriku. We should have every warship on the sea around that island. If we had an emperor.
You weren't attacked by that island. You were attacked by the Red Queen.
The Red Queen is a part of the Witches' Tea Party, which Cersei's a part of.
Cersei's not a part of it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Oh.
she is.
Is
She
a part
is,
of it?
where you're not listening.
I thought that they all shunned her and feared her.
No,
Just
they're scared of her, but they're a part of the same group.
Yeah, like it's it's a group largely in it's a group in title only, and within that group there are smaller factions, all with their own kind of like goals and ideals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cersei is one of the kind of more independent members who is feared by a lot of the others because of her like quick temper and her ability to just hold a grudge for a really long time.
Bunnyman's right. This is an unprecedented attack by a group of people outside the country. Act of war.
Fortunately, they didn't.
Unfortunately,
They did attack,
doubt-
though, did they?
No, they didn't.
I was blown off a cliff. That wasn't an attack. I didn't see
hole
what
was
happened.
blown in the
Yeah.
top of that gathering hall in Kosetsu Jin, the neutral sanctuary of the country. Like, I could pretty easily spin that as an attack, I think.
That was done by your friend. So
Yeah.
unless you want the armies after her,
If you want an army after Camelot, that's different.
I was gonna say you could certainly try to spin it. If anybody was able to do it, it would be you. But I
No,
fear that they would go after Talon and not the witches. I also
even if
Yeah, fuck that.
done correctly, the country is in too much chaos. There's no way. Somebody would use it to take advantage
true.
of the absence of the navy.
right,
Everybody would know that, so nobody would commit their navy. It just wouldn't work.
right. Nobody would be willing to send
Oh.
their troops halfway across the world when there is war at their doorstep.
Right.
But you're right that we don't necessarily need a fleet if this is an assassination. I do think that if we are not sending a full-on military attack, which frankly is a wild thing to think about,
Yeah. Not an army, a strike force.
then we cannot go by sea. Nothing sneaks past her krakens. Nothing survives her waters. We
All right?
we need to go by air or some other method, magic perhaps.
Yeah. Teleportation. We need to find Talon, so what we need to do. Anyone can get into that island without being seen? You've seen her. She just poof.
Can she take other people with her?
I don't know. I can.
I'm gonna say she's not the only person capable of teleporting. The question is how we teleport to an island overseas with a full group of people.
If anything can do it,
Oh,
a hat
got it.
can.
This is a bit of a reach. This feels like it might be up the alley of the monster hunters. The what was that island called? And he looks over to Alistair.
Neverland. Yeah.
Neverland. I mean, they have an unbreachable island that they reach regularly using a strange map, and I guess what I'm getting at is they, more than probably anyone else, might know a way to sneak onto a dangerous protected island.
It's a good point. Yeah. If anyone would know, it'd be them. Or they might have some sort of magic item. Or something.
We can get your buddy with the purple fur and the blue tongue.
Don't know if I'd call him a buddy, but
He's got them mirrors. Or something. I didn't see it.
right. He's got magic, but I don't think it's powerful enough to do what we need it to do.
Well, how'd you get here? You stepped through a mirror?
He gave me an item that let me get here.
And that's gone?
It's gone. It was a one-time thing.
Maybe we can get another one from him.
Yeah, probably.
It doesn't have to be Willie. We can beat it out of him. If we find him. He's not really your friend, though, right?
No, not really. Don't think he wants to do me very many favors. He's
So it's okay. He's on the table.
what?
Kind of like the blue tongue.
Oh God! It go nuts if that's what you want to do. Sure.
Sweet.
Boy, I'm just trying to think of ways onto this island. What about a dragon?
We got a dragon. Stubbs.
How long's he's been growing pretty quick. How long's he gonna take to be big enough to take a party of 8 people over there?
A party of 8 would probably take several years, I imagine. Unless he
You
was
don't got
growing
years?
extremely quickly.
Well, I don't have
Whoa, you
several
got
years.
even bigger since I saw you last, Nico.
He is
Look
growing
at
pretty
you.
quick.
I
And the
don't know.
size of this guy.
Ting Long isn't much bigger than Nico, and he's a dragon that's much older.
Yeah,
True.
Tunglong is actually smaller than Nico, and he's
Who's-
Yeah.
older.
Who's staying long?
We found a dragon.
Another one? This place is lousy with dragons.
Dragons are
Yeah.
kami.
What's wrong with dragons?
Show
I
some
didn't say there's
respect.
anything wrong with them. There's just a lot of them.
We are blessed to have so many.
We're blessed to have any. Most of the world doesn't believe they're even around anymore.
I know. That's probably something you should keep a secret. Lots of people don't like dragons.
Oh boy! All right.
I have a proposal.
Sure.
All right.
I came here for several reasons. Now that Yokimaru is no longer in my service, I have need of some assistance in retrieving an item.
All right.
You help me with this, then it may provide a backup item for negotiating with the witch hunters. But I would like, if you all could, to negotiate with them to assist you in dealing with Cersei, and in exchange they release Nanika.
Oh, the Neverland people have Nanika.
You had agreed to assist with that, after all.
I missed a lot.
This isn't a bad idea. I mean, if anybody's going to know how to kill a witch, it's going to be the witch hunters. They're familiar with getting onto well-protected islands. And frankly, I think that if we were to help them kill Cersei, surely that would be worth a little leverage.
I would think so.
Think of all the awesome goods you can get for free from the flotilla. And free travel. First class.
I don't know if I would call it first class. There are some nice ships in the flotilla, don't get me wrong, but...
Just get to the nicest one and get like a quarters in the best one.
Well, the nicest ship isn't for passengers, it's for our finest.
I'm sure they won't mind if we save them from a curse.
You might be right. Hell, they might give me a ship.
You got a ship, boat.
Don't... Yeah. Okay, alright. Yeah, I have a boat.
Okay, you want a bigger one?
I just want... a real ship. Not a little fishing boat. Yeah, that thing is great, but that thing can't go sailing into uncharted waters. I'm not going to discover new worlds in that ship.
I'll tell you what. We're gonna steal you a nice big boat.
We are not stealing a boat. Well, maybe we're stealing a boat, but I will not be a pirate for no reason.
What if they're bad guys?
It's certainly not stealing from the
We've been-
flotilla.
We've been killed by, we've been attacked by bandits. What if we kill all the bandits and they had a boat? Really
Yeah.
big one.
No, that's fine.
Rin
See?
has warships.
Yeah, you want a warship? Let's go out offering a warship?
I do
I'm
look
just saying,
over,
if
I
we're
look
looking-
over to Rin, yeah.
I have very few ships don't do too terrifically on the Sundering, so
Right.
don't have a ton of need for them.
Well,
Well,
if the next step is Neverland, then that means the intermediary next step is the flotilla. To go find a ship and a captain.
They did mention Gatsby as an option.
I am loath to consider it, but I do have to admit he has the nicest ship that I've ever laid eyes on, and he owes me a favor now. I saved his life. The least he can do is ferry us up there.
That was the twerp who was being cagey.
Yeah, he's a real dick.
Slapped him.
There was another option that I have written down somewhere.
Hmm.
A different captain. Where'd he go?
Juno?
Hook.
No, it was Hook. Okay, I thought it was Hook, but I'm like, is it Hook because I thought it
Fish-
wanted to be Hook or
Fish hook.
Fish Hook? There's Captain Fish Hook. He should be somewhere in the northwest towards Neverland, and he could get us there too.
But
I think we should try Juno.
do we have any... You understand that Juno works on my fishing boat, the one that will not take us to that island, right?
Oh, I guess that's her boat then, huh?
No. No, it's my boat, but
Okay.
I mean it's I don't know.
I don't know. You just seem like a little lower in the rung under Juno.
Well, it's because when I got the boat, I was very young, and she kind of did everything. It was my mom's boat,
Oh, okay. They're sisters.
right? This Captain Hook, how do you know him? Do we have leverage on him? Would he take us for free?
If I show him the Ring of Van Helsing, he might give us passage. I forget. I can't find my note. What'd I do?
Or we could trade services or goods for it.
He's in Tawarazaki. He could potentially take us to Neverland. I don't know if we really have leverage over him, though, other than asking nicely. That
Right.
seems to be a recurring theme, which I don't think we can go with.
If only
Let's
we
ask
had like a small plant boy who was really good at asking nicely. If it's closer, then perhaps we could try it. If not, I am loath to travel with him, but I am not loath to exert a little leverage on Gatsby after all these years. I didn't save his life for nothing. And there's also a chance that he'll die on the expedition, so, you know.
You want to make that 100%
There'd be
possibility?
No.
another way for you to get a boat.
I don't actually kill Gatsby. He's a dick, but
Mutinies happen. It's fine.
he doesn't deserve to die.
Okay. See, you like him after all.
That doesn't mean I like him. It means that people shouldn't die just because you don't like them.
That's crazy.
No, it's correct.
I can go either way. Frankly, I wouldn't mind seeing Juno again. I wouldn't mind going back to the flotilla. It has been a long time. This is the longest I've ever been on land.
I wouldn't mind seeing Juno again either.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
We got a date,
I don't think you do.
nephew,
Do not call me nephew.
son.
Do not call me son.
Cousin?
No, my name is Jupiter. You can just call me Jupiter. And you're getting
Ho-
dangerously close to losing that one, too. It's going to be Mr. C-Sun pretty soon.
Jupiter
Hojo-
is 3 syllables. It's too long.
Hojo starts laughing quietly to himself. Just a very like old man laugh.
Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah,
Is
it's very,
dad,
like,
is
croaky.
dad off the table too?
Dad-
Check.
Dad is off the table.
Okay, I figured.
I won't call you dad.
Wait, are you into that?
No. I don't know. He's into weird shit. I figured I'd ask for him.
I see.
I don't got no daddy issues. Never knew my dad.
I know my dad, and I cannot imagine fucking him, so.
That's
Christ.
where daddy issues come from. You find a father figure that makes you feel happy, and you end up aroused.
Jupiter's not religious, but he looks around at the holy ground they're standing on and makes like some sort of a holy sign of Watakina.
We've already talked about inbreds from Merveille. It's fine. It's normal.
Listen, I know that this is not normally my shtick, but the spirits are real, and if they are anywhere, they are here.
No shit, they're
Okay,
real. I've
that's
lived in the
fine.
cathedral forever. There's one right here. He holds up Atropos.
That's
Hello.
hi.
I bet he thinks our conversations are fun, but
The
I guess I
conversation
can't speak for all of our spirits.
is fun, but I don't think we should be talking about fucking our fathers in a holy place.
I'm just grateful that Stein is alive and Stain.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess you depend on them.
He tried to kill himself for me. I didn't
Oh.
want him to.
I was 90% convinced when we came down here he would have been dead again and you would have been alive still. But
Yeah,
now
no,
you're both alive, so.
he almost did. Would have wrecked me. I can't lose Tavern, Talon, and then Atropos all in one night. What's the point of living?
Well, we're going to get Talon back.
Yeah, she's still out there.
Well, and Jupiter has had a rough day, and it was especially tough down in the gorge an hour or two ago. At the start of this conversation, he had sort of like this stony demeanor, this very practiced not caring that he tends to do anytime he's talking about the disease. But there's kind of like, I don't know, there's a spark that is happening, and he eventually chimes in and starts just kind of nodding to us. We have a heading then. We have a plan.
Yep,
We have a thing to do.
we have a plan. We have things to do. People to see. Witches
Yep.
to kill. Sounds like.
Everyone write this down.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Cool.
So then you lot will be accompanying me?
Who is that? That's Rin?
Rin?
Uh,
I mean, sure, you were the one
no.
who said like otherwise, right?
Okay,
You asked
sorry.
us to do something.
Yeah, I know. There's been so much happening. So she asked us to retrieve an item. What was she offering in return?
She wants to use it as like additional potential leverage with the Witch Hunters Academy to get Nanika
To get
back.
Nanika back. Okay, so the item we're retrieving will be part of the deal to get Nanika back if
Potentially, if the Cersei offer is not enough. for them.
Understood.
Hey,
I gotcha.
question: why did they take Nanika?
Nanika,
Go ahead.
Nanika possesses a rare divinatory ability. She's able to predict when and where witches will be born.
Oh,
That's why we were here.
so kind of like compatible with hats and not like with hats. Or
Oh.
she's able to predict someone wearing a hat at the
When someone takes a hat and when a hat accepts somebody,
Okay.
her predictions are always somewhat vague. They come in haiku forms, and we've been trying to collect them before they can come to pass. Or afterwards. Hojo will chime in and say, actually, we took over. Yes, Miss Rin was concerned for her sister, and so she came to ensure that nothing bad happened. That is not why I was here. Oh, my mistake then.
Can I insight and see if she actually did come here
Sure.
for her sister? Let's see. 9. I don't know.
No idea.
She wears like 3 inches of makeup. How am I able to tell?
It's there's been a lot going on, so it's easy to potentially skip over. So somebody give me, I don't know, history or insight checks.
I already did my insight. Everyone else go nuts. Perfect. Oh.
Jupiter would know that, yeah, Jupe's been like
he's been
on a roll.
fucking killing it on Insight today.
Something that you piece together just through these conversations, or a potential thing. You don't have any like hard confirmation, but Rin had called Hana Toa, and the only Toa that you know is the youngest sister of the former emperor. And she had also referred to Rin as sister, would make her a member of the royal family potential.
That would make her one of the elder. Wait, sorry. Toa's the sister of the former emperor or the daughter?
Sister of the former emperor.
Okay, so that would make Rin another sister of the former emperor. Okay.
Right.
Interesting. Okay. Well, then yes. Additional leverage against the Witch Hunters Guild is good. I'm sure they're not just chomping at the bit to poke the hornet's nest, as it were. So having more to offer them would be good. What is this item then?
It's another hat.
Ari, tell us about it. What is it? Where is it? How do we get it?
I believe it will be stored in the lair of an old dragon that lived here, the one who killed the witch it belonged to.
Wow. Is that dragon a witch?
No.
Oh, thank fuck. Could you imagine what a dragon's power would be like if it wore a witch hat?
If you've seen the lava fields, that was from their battle.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
I didn't. What's that about?
Well, when we went to go get the flower, we went
cure?
up to the. Yeah, you don't have to rub it in our faces again. Yes, but we went up there to get the flower, and there was fields of lava right next to snow up top. It was something else.
And the poison gas didn't kill you.
No, it was
poison
wild.
gas?
Fascinating.
It was well ventilated, but still.
Strange.
Yeah, very strange. We also didn't immediately explode when we got within like 30 feet of it. It's wild.
Wild.
Really just...
Magic. Magic does
Magic, yeah.
Yeah.
crazy things.
Magic protects my brain cells. I need them.
One time
I
I got
thought you were
shot
the
by a
Spartans.
single arrow and died, though.
When?
I'm just saying. It's not actually happened to me.
I feel like it could though.
Oh, certainly, absolutely. I don't want to give the wrong impression here. An arrow can absolutely kill you.
A stiff breeze could kill you sometimes.
Listen.
You look a lot healthier now. What the hell happened?
Allie got me this. And he kind of, just kind of holds up a little pendant, which sits right over the tattoo that normally goes around his neck. And kind of like breaks it up with a little bit of a silver cord. I don't know what the
Any
pendant
of your
looks
teeth
like.
grown back in?
Oh, you got a friends with benefits token.
It's, don't,
But don't call it that.
yeah, I don't know what
Am
we
I
are, but
wrong?
it's not that.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Listen, the point is that it's helping a lot. I don't get winded so easily. I don't know. I feel more alive.
Good.
It's wild to think that your entire perception of who you are and what your life is so intricately tied to biological functions you have no control over.
It's a little fucked up.
Bit.
Wild to think that my entire life would be totally different if I had just, like, had different chemicals running through me or a magical pendant to fix me.
Yeah, or you were a fly that lived just a day.
Listen, this is a weird topic. Let's maybe talk about getting this hat. He said it was in a dragon's lair. Where is it?
So it's a little to the west of here, slightly north. Up towards the Hepikawa River.
Well,
Can I see
traveling
the world
north
map?
is dangerous for us, so we're gonna need a map.
I'm sure that can be provided. Yes, we'll be sure to provide you a map, as well as Jupiter. Although we were unable to assist you with your problem currently, I do believe we have some medication that may be able to assist as a bit of a substitute to your Fathom Salve. Something that may be a little less hard on the system.
I mean, I'm all ears. It's all I've ever known. It's all we could.
Opium.
It's all we could. It probably actually is. Yeah. I mean, I know there's other stuff out there. This is all that was really readily available to the flotilla. What do you guys have?
Have some marijuana and whiskey.
Hell yeah.
The chaser of bubblegum.
Hashish.
Bubblegum. We give those to soothe teething babies.
It would be so fitting for the totally not Barbary Corsair to develop a thing for Ashish and then become an assassin.
Become a hashashin.
Hashashin. Yep.
Gosh, God.
No, that's the origin of the word. Assassin
Yeah.
is derived from
Is it?
Ashish, which is
Yeah.
weed developed in kind of like
That's-
the Middle East. Yeah.
The
It's
word was
hilarious, I didn't
originally
know that.
hashashin.
Yeah.
Hashashin.
Hashashin.
You said hashish, and I was like, oh, Sheesh is back. And I got really excited, and
That's it.
Oh no.
Still dead.
my voice still gone. Suffering.
Yeah, and also, fuck. I know. I put on a bit of a stony dour thing, right? But I really do appreciate what both of you have done. I don't know what.
Honestly, astounding. I raise corpses, and you're more dour than me.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You deal with some things you learn not to care.
You won't raise my corpse.
Yeah, not his.
Yeah, we'll give him a tag that says "Do not resuscitate."
Anyway, I mean, forgive me, I don't know if I'm doing this right, but he tries to give like a little bit of a formal bow. He tries to do the thing. I am actually in your debt. I have a couple of other promises, one to a tree and one to Lady Talon that I need to fulfill first, but maybe when that's all resolved, I can try to repay what you've both done.
I'm happy to help, and your thanks is more than enough. Well, if you want to thank me, you can help me get this hat back and also get Nautica back.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, it's a start.
this is so deeply retroactive. I had so much shit going on.
I was going to say,
Back
there's
that
been
I-
a lot. It's been a crazy session.
I forgot to mention, Kohaku, when Rin first kind of arrived, you would have gotten that same strange sensation of
Bad feeling.
like
She's
when you
got
were around
one of the
Ibutani,
shards, yeah.
Ooh. Someone should ask her for that. Stein would if he was here, but like Stain, I think, wasn't a part of that whole thing and doesn't know anything about it.
I'm pretty sure she wants to keep her shards, but
I'm sure she
that's
does.
just a guess.
Yeah.
Show me the weed.
Yeah, they will
The
go and they
hashish.
will give you a bunch of medication, and it's all just like a bunch of herbal teas and things that they're like, take this daily, and this should help ease
Okay.
some of the general pain. And if if it gets terrible, then you can take that themselves. But this should help ease things, especially as things progress over the next into the later months of this quarter.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. He ponders on all of it, and especially as he describes, this tea will help with the vomiting. This part will help with the anorexia. This part will help with the allodynia. I don't know. He probably gets a little teary-eyed.
Here's some extra sunglasses just in case your eyes hurt a little bit.
Sure.
These are way better than smoking. It won't stain your teeth as much.
I think thank you. There's a lot of people that could have used this. Even if all this goes to shit, maybe we can try to set up some sort of a more regular trade route to get this to the flotilla. People shouldn't have to suffer any more than they need to.
For now, do you happen to have any more seeds for growing this stuff? If we're headed back that way anyway, maybe we could get them starts.
We can provide you a recipe.
Okay.
How'd you grow this stuff here? It's really cold.
Yes, we have a few gardens that are insulated, where we
Ah.
grow some food, but a good deal of our food and herbs and other materials are brought in by merchants.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that was a lot. Those, those a lot of stuff's kind of happened. Um, I think we're gonna kind of wrap up a little early. I hate to do it,
No.
but I mean, you guys are welcome to shoot the
I
shit,
was
and if
gonna
you
say
want
we're
to,
Yeah,
gonna
we
go to the
can-
fucking hot springs and chill it.
yeah, if you guys
role
want
play a
to, yeah, if you want to chat, or if there's any questions you had for other NPCs and stuff, feel free. Uh,
Yeah, for sure. Stain.
Yeah.
Let's. And he kind of looks to Stain, and then to everyone else. You guys want to go wind down somewhere?
I think I
Yeah.
might bleed out if I go to the hot springs.
I need some fresh air. Something smells rotten.
Could be your breath, bro.
We do have a lot to talk about, don't we? Okay, all right. Does Stain still? You still look fucked up, right? You look hurt.
It looks fucked up. Less more like physically, but more emotionally with your 26 inside.
Understood.
He looks okay with the pain.
Hojo, I don't want to impose further, but is there any way we could have Stain here treated some? He was kind of impaled by a tree branch earlier.
oh goodness, that's terrible. We'll see to it
Fell
right
off
away.
a cliff before that. I think it's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
Well, you certainly do get banged up, don't you?
Yeah.
They will. Some people will come over and start administering some healing to you. You do get 25 hit points back.
Oh, thank you.
there. Now you shouldn't bleed out in the hot tub.
Ojo, give my clan the privilege of repairing your dining hall, please.
That would be my max HP, but my max HP is lowered by 10 until I rest for a week.
I'd be quite honored to have your assistance with that.
I feel better, but I feel like shit. There's some. What's this? Why are my veins sticking out like this? Is this a hickey? He just points at his neck. 2 pinpricks.
Yes. I know all about hickeys, and that's exactly what they look like.
Yeah, you and Hojo.
Me and Hojo, this guy doesn't have any teeth.
Oh, you just need suction.
But there's puncture marks.
It was a pointy hickey?
It looks kind of like, Sheesh's teeth, honestly.
Ooh, maybe Sheesh is a vampire in his sleep, but only in his sleep.
Shit, did the other guy and Sheesh hook up?
The Fox Merchant guy? I don't think so.
No, the
No.
other guy.
Stein. Why else would I have a hickey
Hmm.
No,
with fish teeth on it?
Oh, we fought some other vampire bubblins.
yeah, you got bit pretty bad. We don't think
Yeah.
you're turned.
We tried putting you out in the
Gonna
sunlight
be a
to see if you'd
vampire?
explode, and you didn't. So
Oh, okay.
we didn't actually do that, but you've been outside. So
All right. Well, I beat the sun a long time ago. It's fine. Is everyone else all right?
Yeah, I think we're good. Honestly, I think you took the worst of it.
Typical.
It is typical.
Always pop when my life's in danger. I'd say I was hungry, but those berries, well, they don't fill up appetite. I'm kind
No.
of hungry.
I was gonna say we can grab some food and then we'll wind down to the bathhouse.
This
Yeah.
place
Oh,
is covered in rocks.
I'm so sorry, Tomo, that they separate men from the women. So you're, but you're feel free to come, but we'll have to be in separate zones.
That's okay. I'll go to the ladies' bathroom.
Who's that cute lady?
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. It's my ex-fiance.
No, don't try peeking now.
Current fiance.
Oh. Well,
That's
congratulations.
not for. I wish I had the power to decide that, Tomo, but our families may choose otherwise.
You know what'd be really cool? Forget what your family says. You want to marry? Do it.
Yeah,
Run away.
he's onto something there.
My father's only other son is already abdicated.
Oh,
Well, it sounds like your dad needs to get to fucking.
He's in his 60s.
Well,
people
shit.
can have
Yeah, I was
babies
gonna
in their
say,
60s.
There's been kings that have had babies way later than that.
Yeah, it's less of an issue for guys.
That's true.
Just gotta find a willing lady.
I don't want to think about my dad on the market for concubines.
How does this keep coming up? Can we go somewhere that isn't a holy place and have this conversation?
Oh, I thought we were on
Sure.
our way to the bathhouse already.
Okay. All right. Okay. As long as
You
we're
guys-
like walking to it somewhere.
This is not a place of honor.
You guys head to the
How
bathhouse.
dare you?
No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valiant is here.
I'm actually gonna punch him. Somebody stop me.
Here, go on in. I'm gonna have a word with him if it's okay.
Come on, let's go. I want to punch him sometimes too, but I'll just
You're gonna
this one
punch me?
once.
Give it.
No, it's what you want, you weirdo. We're going in the water. Bye.
Can we take my clothes off first before we start punching me?
I'll leave your clothes on for a second.
Way too into it.
I won't get blood in my cloak. It's a tapestry, you know.
That's fair. That makes sense.
As everybody else starts to walk in, Jupiter does kind of like pull Stein aside and waits outside.
Stan?
First, Stein, sorry. Yeah.
What?
He kind of just sits there, arms crossed, and looks down at you for a bit.
He climbs up on the sconce and hangs off, so he's like so he's eye level with one arm.
You didn't know Tavern very well.
Tavern and Talon saved my sorry life. I woke up in their home, and every time I opened my eyes, it was Talon or Tavern or Serena. The best I could do to show them I cared was to stay out of their fucking lives. I wanted to say thank you. Couldn't ever think of a way to do it, all right? And now I don't get a chance to either of them. Maybe Talon. Maybe.
I know that the distance that you're putting up is not for them, it's for you. And I'm not going to sit here and make you do anything that you don't feel comfortable doing. But, and he kind of just walks forward and gives you a hug.
What the fuck are you doing? Come on, man. That's weird. Cut it out.
You can be alone some other time, alright? But you're not alone right now.
It's a big old sniff.
They're always proud, even if you don't know it. You'll be all right.
I need to go climb something. He goes, fucks off,
You good
runs
luck.
off.
You have good luck with that.
Yeah, he just goes somewhere to be alone for a bit.
Mm.
Just kind of cries.
Yep. Jupiter starts to take stuff off, and he takes a good long pause when he gets to the sword and unbuckles it. Looks at the hilt, puts it with all his other stuff, and heads into the bath. He'll be joining us shortly.
Okay, cool. You had enough time?
Yeah. Boy.
He needs to know not to say that kinds of thing about Kasetagen in mixed company. If he says it in front of the wrong samurai, he'll lose his head, and nobody will say anything about it.
No,
Even I won't be able to say anything about it.
certainly. Speaking of politics, I know that this is a tricky situation for you working with Rin. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if this is not a step that you can take, we can do this one without you. I would hate to leave you out of it, but I also understand if this is a measure too far.
It depends on what you mean by working with Rin. When I suggested that Rin had warships, I was suggesting that we steal one from her.
We are fetching an item for Rin so that we can deliver a negotiation from Rin to get one of Rin's allies back to her. I don't know what the historians would say about that, but I would say that means we're working with Rin.
I understand there are ulterior motives, but there's also the option of not doing this at all, which I prefer.
I'm certain that you do, and what I'm trying to say is that if we need to part ways, I warned you guys.
Why let's answer me this. Why are you interested in doing it at all?
Why am I interested in doing this at all? Because I want to live.
That's why I'm interested in doing it.
Okay, but there's a difference. You don't have a timer breathing down your neck. You haven't wasted the first 20 years of your life. I have to do this because it is the only plan in front of me right now, and I'm running out of time to do anything about it. I don't give two shits about this war. I don't care that she's raising the dead. If she knows her shit, and she seems to, and this is an answer, I'm going to chase it. And I would love to have you with me, Kohaku. You've been so good to all of us, and you're strong and capable and noble. But I understand if this is just not a bridge you can cross, and I think we need to sort this out. I'm doing this job for Rin, and I'm delivering her message. Unless you have some alternative that can get me onto that island and a blade in Cersei's neck.
Are you sure we can take Cersei?
I'm certain of what happens if we don't. And I wouldn't ask anyone else to be part of that, but I don't have a choice.
I was told to go find Van Helsing, and he told me to go to Neverland. If we're going to find out how to deal with witches, it's going to be there. And that's good for Cersei, but it's also good for the rest of the Tea Party. And
There is, from my perspective, there is an answer to this quandary, but
Sure.
it's not. I follow Bushido. Okay, I must do what is honorable in all cases. It would besmirch my honor to not help you here, but
Okay.
we're in a catch-22. It would besmirch my honor to help you as well. So, in the end, the operative mode is to go along with you and help you.
Okay. Surely the history books must show some kindness to the damned, yeah?
and become a Ronin.
Well,
Ooh,
ooh,
that's a big commitment.
that's a lot to ask. I certainly.
Well, I'm already in this position. It's too late now. But I think there may, there's so many unknowns here. There may be a way out of it. I just want to stress that we should not be looking to Rin as an ally.
But as a tool.
Right.
No, I'm fine with that.
The gods may choose her as the next emperor. But they haven't yet. Or at least if they have, they haven't made it known. And that's pretty unusual.
All right, then. I have to admit I'm relieved. I have been preparing myself to walk away from all this since we first met, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this alone. It'll be good to have you. Ronan, or simply biding your time, it doesn't matter much to me. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I know your name and your family mean a lot to you.
It only mean or my station, Ronin or otherwise, is only meaningful insofar as the rightful order can be restored. If we are in the rightful order, then it's already gone. So, but that's yet to be seen. That's what Julong is helping me with.
Okay. All right.
Which gives me conflicting feelings about Tomo. If the rightful order should be restored, we should be fiancés again. And I would like that. I just don't know how possible it is.
Jupiter kind of giggles a little. You really don't have any actual feelings for her at all. It's just politics.
Do you remember that waitress that you saw earlier? Back in the dining hall, she was serving. Do you have how strong are your feelings for her?
I barely know her. I don't feel much for her at all. I'm glad she survived, but
I gesture as if to say I rest my case.
that's fair.
She's cute.
She is in love with you, you know.
Desperately, which is pretty weird. That's making it more difficult.
Is she?
I got booze. You reprobates.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God. What a
Oh,
day.
Bruce.
Comes back with just a bunch of sock.
Well, good
Snagged.
news.
Yokimaru is also following you.
Oh, shit.
Look what
Oh,
I
okay.
found.
Stain, I will give you 100 gold pieces after we leave Kosetsugen if you promise not to insult this holy place again in public.
Tell you what, beat me up in public. Make it honorable again.
A beating is not the appropriate prescription.
I also wouldn't recommend that, as you've learned.
Is this place a holy place? He gestures at the bathtub.
The entire province is.
Yes.
Entire province down.
Just
They
show
don't
it a
really
little
mind
respect.
they don't really mind the undead then, do they?
They should. Yeah, that's a big.
Well,
Yeah,
clearly they
I'm
don't.
thinking
The
about
gods-
that too.
Gods have spoken. Undead are cool.
Oh boy.
That simple, ain't it?
Not quite that. Never mind.
Then how do the gods ever say anything to anyone?
They speak to priests.
Did they tell the priest that there are no undead allowed?
No, and that's why the undead are fine here.
Yeah, see? Then that means undead are cool here. This holy ground is undead safe. Starts pouring everyone booze.
Well, by the sound of it, I think we're all on the same page, although perhaps with different methods and different rationales, which means that the Bathhouse Boys carry on west to Neverland.
Yoki, get in this bath. Get in here. Stay a while.
I haven't seen this guy in a while. What are you up to, Yoki?
My job.
I thought
Didn't
you were
know
just
you worked for
relieved.
Rin.
Well, That's what I was up to. Now I don't know.
You want to come tag along?
We are short on NPCs.
That's a sweet offer, but I'll pass. If Lady Rin is accompanying you for the next leg of your journey, I wouldn't want to impose.
What about after?
Perhaps some other time.
Didn't you
Sweet.
tell me to hell with Bushido? Like, why do you feel such loyalty toward Rin?
Because she's the rightful empress.
I didn't think that sort of thing mattered to you.
It didn't for a long time, but she took me in, and I squandered that.
What about Osamu? Shouldn't he be rightful emperor?
You mean the man that wants me dead for God knows what reason? No, I don't think that he should be emperor.
Fair.
You know, I'm no fan of him either.
Yet you support his claim.
I support our father's claim.
Does he know? He just he thumbs over at Yoki and looks at fuck. I've lost your name suddenly. I've been saying it all night.
I don't think kanji is legitimate.
Yeah, there we go.
And if kanji isn't legitimate, then the claim belongs to Dad.
Do you have a way to prove that kanji's not legitimate?
There must be evidence because it coincided with the invasion. There's too many coincidences. It's so unlikely.
It didn't coincide with the invasion.
Oh, well, is it? Well,
Invasion was a little bit before then.
well, that's close enough for me to say it coincided.
Yeah. It's like
That sounds like
years.
something. That sounds
Well,
like something Haku would
in my-
assume.
In my worldview, Osamu must have needed some kind of demonic intervention to take back, being the heir, right? And he may have traded some of, like, half of our province to the boar in order to make that happen. Because as I understand it, we were somewhat evenly matched throughout history, and then all of a sudden we lose 50% of our province to them almost overnight.
The big thing was that your grandfather was killed, and he was kind of like the military expert
Sure.
that was kind of holding Ichiro at bay, and once he was dead, then there was no recovering.
Yeah, bubbles.
Ugh. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree.
Cheers to that. Drinks.
Look, I don't like Ichiro any more than you do. And I don't have any love for our uncle. But I feel strongly that Rin would make a good empress. It is
Sure.
her deserved right.
Only the
Yes.
spirits know that. Listen, it's hard for me, Yoki. Listen, you threw away your station. I didn't choose to get rid of it. It just happened. The same thing that happened to you happened to me, only I didn't do it to myself.
You think I did it to myself?
No, not fully. There must have been a way.
I left because our uncle wanted my head on a spike.
I know that, but we could have.
Could have what? Quelled his rage, talked it out, I prostrated myself and begged for forgiveness for a crime I didn't know I committed.
Somebody would have seen reason.
Yes, a lot of people that don't have any power would have seen reason. It's a shame that the people with the power didn't.
What about the undead from Rin, right? What about the war? Bringing undead into the Holy Capital, everything like that?
They are an extension of her magic, no different than the sword that you use.
What spirits did her magic come from?
I'm not sure.
Because the metal that made my sword came from the earth. I don't know where the metal that made her spells came from. That's the question. Oh, you must admit it's highly unusual anyway.
But her undead?
Sure.
I suppose it's somewhat unusual. It's the thing I can't look past. She took me in and saved my life when I had nowhere else to go. So,
You know Mom misses you. She's going to die from heartbreak if she doesn't see you.
well, whenever Osamu is pulled from his castle, then maybe I can return.
He's old.
And perhaps our cousin will be less of a pain in the ass.
I think there may still be a chance for you to come back after Osamu's gone.
I would appreciate that.
But that's going to be difficult if you continue to follow Rin. Just think about it.
It would bring me great shame to turn my back on her now.
You've matured so much, but in the wrong direction. I wish you'd had your sense of loyalty before. Well, you know what? Listen. We don't have to talk about all that right now.
Drink.
He'll take a drink.
Yeah.
Regardless, I just wanted to come here and tell you all thank you for trying to get Nanika back. Just,
What's your deal with her anyway?
Rin wants her.
I don't know what you mean. A relationship to her? Or?
Yeah, you guys have you've seen you together. She's talked about you a little bit.
I never experienced it personally. I imagine that our relationship is how someone would feel about their little sister.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm really sorry they messed it up.
Sorry, was that Yokimaru describing Nanika? I just got back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay, cool.
Well, I understand the witches want Nanika, and so that's why Rin wants to protect Nanika from them, because Rin has beef with Cersei. Is that right?
the witch hunters want Nanika so that they can use her power to find witches and get the hats before they can do anything. And Rin wants to get Nanika back for presumably similar reasons.
You
Well, it's
wonder why they
important.
don't work together.
There's an important distinction of whether Rin wants Nanika to find witches, or if Rin wants to keep Nanika from the witches. Right? That there's two different things.
Right.
I feel like the worst case scenario is the Tea Party getting their hands on her. She's with Neverland. So far, that's okay, but we gotta get her back.
Maybe Neverland's just keeping her from the witches, and she's not actually in any danger. I don't know.
Yoki, do you know where Chesla is?
I wish I did. But no, don't.
He might be in Neverland. Another reason you could come with us, but you don't have to.
I
Very
will
possible.
kill him.
Can't stop thinking about his tongue. What do you think it tastes like?
Wild raspberry.
It does kind of look like that.
Yeah, it's gonna taste sour too. I'm not thinking about kissing Chesla very often. I
just wondered
I'm
the
just
color.
stopping.
You know, we're just talking about the colors.
Little freak.
Chesla or me?
I
Both.
choose not to answer.
Smart boy.
Does Shiro know where you are?
No. Or at least I hope not.
Why? He's on your side.
Yes, and that puts him in danger, doesn't it?
I don't think Osama would do anything to Shiro. I don't think he could get away with it. You are, let's face it, a little bit of a troublemaker, but Shiro has honor.
I don't think you understand the lengths that our uncle is willing to go to.
Why should he go to such lengths? What have you done to him, or what has he done to you, or what? There's more here than I don't understand.
I don't know.
Then why do you think he would go to such lengths?
Ishida is dangerous. If our uncle is in bed with him, then I can't imagine what their goals are.
Wait. Who's Ishida?
Tomo's father.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Hakumetsu.
There are so many names in this campaign. and
Wait, I
they're
thought that guy
all-
was.
names.
They're all rabbits.
I thought that guy was chill.
As far as you knew, he was chill.
Ooh.
It's my theory that Osamu's in bed with Ichiro, not Ishida.
You know that your family allied with Ishida and the insect clan to fight back against the Boar clan.
Oh, you're right. That could. I need to talk to Tomo.
On the
Oh, crap.
topic of Foundish family, Allie, Dinah's alive at least. I don't know if you saw that.
Saw what?
The Queen of Hearts, or was it the Red Queen that?
Red Queen.
It was a Red Queen.
The Red Queen. She was eating a tart.
Oh, that's what she did when she started turning green again.
Yeah. I
Oh, that's
know.
what that was.
I know it's probably not terribly comforting, but at the very least, she's being kept alive.
Yeah, she's useful, I guess.
We do need to get down there at some point, or over there rather, to Merve. Um, I owe so many people so many things. I promise I have not forgotten about this.
It's okay. Knowing that she's fine, or at least okay, it makes me worry a little less. The queen has a bit of a temper and tends to behead anyone that she disagrees with, so
Right. They said you painted some flowers?
yeah, it was dumb in retrospect. Trying to make some statement, being a stupid kid, we snuck into her palace and she has nothing but red flowers in her garden, which is just not sustainable. We were
Not
painting some.
sustainable.
Well, she should have some mixture of flowers in her garden. Otherwise, she's going to attract one type of pollinator, and it's just going to fuck with the whole ecosystem.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, but anyway, we were painting some of the flowers white because she has terrible taste in decorations, and we got busted. Well, I got busted.
Who's we here?
Cheslaw, he and I were friends for a while.
I see.
It was his idea to begin with, and whenever we got caught, he managed to slip away, and I didn't. So got thrown out of the castle, broke my leg, and banished. So it was a bit of a day.
Boy,
How long ago was that?
Oh God, how many years ago was that? At least a decade now.
You been banished for 10 years?
Something like that.
Where'd you
And
go?
you got here using a looking glass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
What if we could find a couple of those?
They're not too uncommon. They're a bit expensive, but well, we had money. We spent all of that.
Couldn't we use them to get to the island?
I was gonna say, how do they work? Can they go anywhere?
You guys have
Oh.
money?
I don't anymore. I hadn't been to Tyriku at all, and I teleported here with it. So
He checks his coin purse. I've had 20 gold this entire time. It doesn't change.
well, it's because the other you keeps giving away all of his money.
What?
To well, I mean, I guess it won't be a problem for a while.
I gotta check her room. Maybe it's there.
And maybe Talon didn't have any of her things on her person. Yep.
It'll be nice to at least hold on to her stuff.
So, clearly I mean, by the sound of it, they offered her a deal. It's not like, I mean, I might be misreading this, but it sounds like they took advantage of her advantage of her in her moment of desperation.
How they know when to strike?
I am not really entirely sure, but there is magic that can point you in the right direction. Even Atropos there can sense despair or something like it, right?
What? It's when?
Isn't that what he eats?
I don't eat it.
Oh. I'll change my notes. Sorry.
But you do recognize it, yeah? You feed
can-
on it, you
I
draw
can't
from it.
I can't feed on it or draw from it. It was born from it.
Oh.
You don't eat your mothers after you're born. Like,
Some things do.
Some species do, yeah.
okay, it was a bad example, but you specifically don't. Not
No.
all creatures devour their family. It's not sustainable.
No, right.
Yeah.
Well, praying mantises, a bunch of babies come out at once and eat the mom. So there's like 50 little baby praying mantises for the one mom praying mantis, so it's pretty sustainable.
That's
But yeah.
terrifying.
It's pretty
That's
horrifying.
horrible. That's
I
the-
watched it happen one time when I was a kid. I couldn't sleep for weeks.
Yeah, that's the
pretty
worst.
cool.
But yeah, I know humans don't do that. You're not humans or humanoids.
Yeah, so you know.
I don't know. Do the insect clan people eat their moms? That'd be weird. They probably
Is
only have
that-
one baby at a time.
Is that what the black smoke stuff is?
Yes.
Black smoke stuff?
Sometimes I see black smoke come out of your mouth. You just Jupe and Talon.
Say what now?
Interesting.
I told you that before. You ain't believe me.
Jupiter kind of looks over to Atropos. So he at least can sense what? Despair, hopelessness.
Hopelessness. It was a after effect of our connection. It wasn't intentional, but our proximity started to develop it. It's not consistent. Now that we're separated, I imagine that ability will fade with time.
I saw a lot of it when I was falling. From other guy.
Okay. Well, okay, we're getting off track. The point is that there's very likely something that could lead them to people who are easily manipulated, and trust me, when you're in that state, you're pretty easy to manipulate. The question is whether she is too far gone to bring her back.
She saved me. I don't think she's too far gone.
I
Talon's a strong lady, right? She's my knight in shining armor. She ain't meant to be a witch.
That's the problem.
What? What's the problem?
If she's that determined, whatever her objective is, she isn't going to stop.
I think she might try and save Tavern somehow.
It would be the thing that was most on her mind.
She was reading that letter, right? I feel like that was on her mind.
Yeah, but yeah. Stain didn't see her with her heart out. Stein did. So he doesn't know that part. At least when she was still on the cliff. But when she appeared as the Red Knight had a hole in
Oh,
the
yeah.
chest as well, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't really paying attention, but Knight had a hole,
Straight through the heart.
and
no heart to be seen other than the one in the cage.
yeah, and she took it with her. I think she's still in control. I think she's trying to save Tavern. I don't know how.
She might not know how.
If she doesn't have a plan currently, then she's going to need time to come up with one.
Whichever way to send her a message.
I mean, we can. The problem is that we don't know if she'll care or respond or process any of it. It's very likely that she is in there, but also, even if she is, she's in a state right now. She won't be acting normal. She won't be thinking straight.
Maybe some nice things you say to her will help.
Maybe. We can try it. Even
How does that work?
well, we have these paper birds.
Okay. I think I've seen one of those before.
Yeah.
You got a lot now.
We're burning through them pretty fast, honestly. We might need to restock, but we also,
Where'd you get them?
oh boy, we bought a few of them, and then we were given a bunch more by somebody. Who was it?
Found them in Julong's secret
Yeah.
room.
That's right. Yeah,
Found, I think, 15 of them.
25.
24.
25. Oh, damn, that was a lot.
Did you see that I saved one earlier and threw an actual piece of paper?
Yeah.
That was a good throw, by the way. Scared the shit out of me, though. That was, boy.
I know what
Bopped
I'm
him in the
doing
forehead.
sometimes.
Hey, sorry I ran.
It's okay. I know you're. It's been a tough couple of days for you. It's been a couple of several years for you.
Well, sure,
I,
but
I don't expect you to get all better at once.
I guess I feel bad making all these promises to help, and then the first bad thing happens, and I'm out the door.
You came back.
I did.
Didn't other guy run too?
He ran
I
to
was
go
out
get
there.
Talon. He realized that Talon was missing.
You know Stein was missing, so maybe you were subconsciously going after him.
He gives like a I appreciate you trying to cover my ass.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't give that much of a shit. He punches Jupe's arm playfully.
I was scared.
It leaves
That's
a
all there
bruise.
is to it. Excuse you, I have 15 con now.
It's true. It doesn't leave a bruise. You don't
It's
have
very
paper
light.
skin anymore.
Glass bones and paper
Wow,
skin.
you feel thicker.
Yeah, all this walking's been something. I'd do plenty of work on a ship. I don't know, I can't explain it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. It's a magic necklace.
Well, yeah, it is, for sure.
Just really cool. You feel thicker.
Hey Dash, by the way, if you're around, I shot you a message. Figuring out food plans.
What's Nara doing? Is he around? Did he fall asleep?
He might have.
What?
There's so many sleepy boys.
Sleepy boys. Don't sleep in the hot tub, you'll drown.
We're here. We'll help him.
This actually works out because this is probably a good place to wrap up for a bit. Will you guys discuss? We'll be off next week because we're doing a special session of Age of Awakening. I'm super
Oh,
excited about. And I will need time to prep because we have hit the big milestone of this campaign finally.
Hell
What's the
yeah.
milestone? 50? 100?
No, well, it's episode 35, but
Oh, okay.
we'll talk about this post session. But essentially, I have a lot of stuff to now prep as we figure out what you guys are doing, and I know you're going to want to catch Shisha up and get his input on what happens next, and I'll try and
Right.
He needs to
Uh,
watch this VOD.
He's got to
Yeah.
sell us on not doing the vampire stuff or doing the vampire stuff, either way.
Either way.
We gotta do vampire stuff. I'm excited.
But yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for playing.
Absolutely.
Have a wonderful night.
It is worth
Nice.
mentioning, just real quick before we move
Oh.
on, that when we're all done in the bath and everybody starts to get up and go, Jupe does kind of keep Allie behind and just gives him a big hug.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Hug him back. Good. It's obviously not the time to, but can we discuss what we are later? Maybe? You don't have to right now. I know we've done a lot.
Yeah, maybe when we both have pants on.
FWBs.
No, I think that would be good. I'm sure it is no secret that I have been waiting. I don't know what I want, and I don't want to drag anyone else down with me, but I think I have a heading now, and that means I need to decide, so we should do it.
Okay. I don't want to pressure you into anything you don't want to do, but
Can
just
I
because we have a heading does I don't. What? Go ahead.
can I ask you something?
Yeah. Of course.
At the weird shrine manor, the Suzuka's palace. What did she say to you?
Oh, that. She called me out on a few things. Said I don't have I forget what the word she said, the nerve to finish what I start. Just that you were just some project that I was going to abandon and leave half finished. You've seen me do it. I was, in that sketchbook a lot there at the beginning, and then I moved away from that. I had those chess pieces, and then I moved away from that. Just, it's a bad habit of mine, and I really want to break it.
That explains some things. No, that makes a lot of sense. For what it's worth, I like the things that you finished.
Thank you.
We do still have to finish that hammock at some point. I think I might actually be contributing to your bad habits because we've only got like a third of it done, and we've had that for like a week now.
We can do that.
All right. Well,
For now, though, we can take advantage of the fact we don't have pants on.
this is a
Everyone
holy
else is-
place.
Fine, you're no fun.
Well, I didn't say no. I just said it's a holy place.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. It's okay.
Sex isn't unholy.
Thanks, Kohaku.
You're welcome.
You ain't seen the things I do in sex.
I like to
Okay.
imagine you guys are just hanging around, like just past the door. Yep, great.
God, I forgot I have to like cover my mouth to say these things, right? How do they
No,
see that I'm
not-
covering my mouth if I'm
No,
behind
no,
a
no.
paper
Not
wall?
while you're drinking in a bathhouse. You're expected to drop face in a bathhouse.
Ah, damn, I still haven't quite got this
Good
straight.
time and place. If somebody
There's so many rules and stipulations.
if
The bar
somebody
in the bathhouse
came
is
out
fine.
and was like, "Did you hear what Jupe said while he was drunk in the bathhouse? He said this, this, and this," and everybody else was like, "Well, it doesn't matter what he said because he was drunk, and you are a gossiper and you have lost honor."
I see.
Okay.
Well, whether Suzuka was right or wrong, I mean, if she's wrong, then maybe you'll stick to it, and if she's right, then maybe I'm the perfect project for you, huh?
Oh, shut up. I don't
Who's
want
Suzuka?
cute. She was the fox lady.
All right, Foxley.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll get out. We'll rejoin everyone and head back to go rest.
I stay in the bath. I just keep drinking by myself.
I also, well,
You shouldn't
I'm
stay
there.
alone if you're
Still here?
drinking.
Yoki's there. We're hanging out.
Yeah, let's stay.
I was gonna say, I assume
Oh.
we all hang out for a while. I don't know, yeah.
Sure, we'll try to leave.
But yeah, I assume that when
I'll
we
be-
all leave is when Stan decides to stay behind.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
if I think it's like maybe Kohaku, Yoki, and Stain left behind. And he's just like, so what are you guys gonna do?
Talk to Tomo and see if her dad is evil.
Who's Tomo's dad?
Lord Ishida, leader of the insect clan.
She doesn't look
One of
like
the
a
12 great
bug.
houses.
Oh, she does have butterfly in her eyes.
Right.
That's why she's got butterfly in her eyes.
She's an insect in a pretty way and not in a creep mandible way.
Well, she does have those pedipalps inside her cheeks.
Ooh.
Boy.
What do those feel like?
Pretty good.
I bet. What's Yoki say?
He stays quiet.
I hug him. Let's hug him. I missed you.
He
I get away from between them.
He's a- gives you a very stiff, like, back pat hug.
Oh, well, that just means you need more to drink.
Pour him more. That's rough, buddy.
That is where we'll actually end.
We did it. All right.
We did it.
Hooray. I still didn't ask Jupe about his tattoos, and I still didn't ask Jupe the other question that I had. I'll get to him eventually.
Yep,
Wow.
Jupe's almost hot.
We'll have plenty of unwind time, sure, next session. Again, off next week. We'll be back on the week after.